Lord. All right. Call this meeting back to order. We've got a few discussion items to go over. I think board staff's handed out everything to the board members, and I'd like to give you a little time to read over, and then we're going to have a little bit of a discussion amongst ourselves about it before we come back out on the record.
I can tell you real quick, the one that is a draft markup, that's the final page. Board staff had received some questions about there being potential, I don't know if the right word is inequity or differences in the ability to have supervised staff in the cities where we have colleges of pharmacy versus where we do not. I know for many of us in rural Arkansas, we really don't necessarily have chances to have interns as paid staff during the year, whereas if you're in Little Rock or Searcy or Fayetteville corridors, you generally could. So without completely opening up, overall ratios or arguing about it, we had a request of what could also be an alternative to that. I said, well, if the issue is you could have 4 in these big cities because one of them's an intern, but we also have I think a piece of nuance where you cannot have 2 paid interns for a pharmacist, but you could have 3 techs and 1 intern, but you couldn't have 2 techs and 2 interns. It just doesn't necessarily make sense that you would limit someone with a higher level of training and ability. So this is for board discussion. This is something that with some of the policies that thank you, Ashley. That was right over there. If somebody wants them. Sure. If you're looking at this process with some of the instructions that we have, to even be able to really bring this before the board, we've already submitted it to ADH for overview and have had to answer some questions on both of these issues. And one of them we were approved Friday afternoon, or actually Friday night, to discuss. And the other one, I think I got approval yesterday during our meeting. So that's why, part of the reason why this hasn't been like handed out or spread out or anything else, because we just now got approval to talk about it. So if the board, in discussing this one about the approach to the way we look at work ratios for supervised staff, we would have to go through the full regulatory process. This is an initial discussion to see if it's something that you guys are interested in pursuing. If it's something you want to say, we want to think about this and kind of let it marinate and come back to it with a structured discussion later. But it's something that we've been asked to at least look at or kind of examine and bring forth before you guys for discussion. The other one is with Act 233 of 2023, it added language to allow hospital pharmacies to get an endorsement. So not a permit, not a big application process or anything else, but an endorsement, which we've dealt with endorsements several times before. And we looked at that. There's a couple of ways to try to do an endorsement. One is do it in this MOU process, which means we could have discussions and move on it more quickly. The other thing with an MOU versus the other version would be doing a full rule, which we would have to basically invent a new rule to do it. Doing the rule process would take months. And if we get through a rule, have it in place and realize, oh my gosh, we missed something, or we did not intend to do something, or we intended to include something, fixing that rule would take us several months as well. Like it would be a repetitive process that is a very elongated process. With an MOU, if there's something, and this is taking different comments I heard during legislative session, my background being namely in community pharmacy, knowing how some of the workings are different when dispensing drugs versus administering drugs. This has about everything I could think to put in it for you guys to use as a discussion basis. You guys could say, we don't like any of this. You could say, we like all of this. You could, redline the things that you would not want in the MOU. You could ask us to add things as staff to get towards an approvable MOU. If we do it as an MOU, it's something that we would work through just like we have done with retail pharmacies for years. Every retail pharmacy wants to do multi-dose bubble packaging, signs an MOU with the Board of Pharmacy so that you're not violating the other standards of having a mislabeled product with multiple products in one bubble. So we've used the MOU process previously in retail pharmacy, but it is something that would be a much faster process and quickly adjustable if needed.
Could you maybe put flames on that little?
I know.
Well, it may be an efficient process. Is it the best mechanism to do this?
I believe it is the best mechanism to do this for the reasons mainly being that it is efficient. And it is efficient in that, you know, if you get a statute and you mess something up in a statute, it's a minimum 2 years to fix it. If you get a rule and you have something you need to fix in a rule, it's legitimately a 6 month, 9 month to a year potential process, depending on when meetings line up and when paperwork approvals line up on that.
Does an MOU have the same implications as a regulation?
No, I don't believe so, but there is not necessarily a need to have a regulation on this unless we cannot use the MOU for an endorsement. And if the board would prefer to have a full rule, not regulation, let me not misspeak on that, then we could do that. But with an endorsement process, it's not a permit. So it's not, and we don't have any authority to charge for an endorsement either in this case. So if we try to do a rule for the endorsement, I think that a rule would read very similar to this. I don't know what else it would really accomplish other than it's a direct rule.
It takes longer.
It does.
Well, if there's a misstep, let's say hospital signs this, if there's a misstep and some provision for the MOU, and then what's the recourse?
Well, the very last line of it is the pharmacy also understands any violation of this statute because it's leading to a statute or any other statutes or board regulations ground for revocation of MOU and disciplinary action on the pharmacy permit. If you violate the MOU, which is how you have this endorsement, then the board could just withdraw the MOU, revoke the MOU for whomever it is and stop this line of business for the permit.
Is there any subsequent fallout that there might result in some injury of some kind, injury in a broad sense?
I mean, I imagine they're
The direct result of the process, not the prescription medication or that kind of stuff.
I don't think so, unless I've missed something. I think the larger risk on injury in a process, when I was asked about this earlier, I had a couple people that said, we want an application for this as a permit. Well, first of all, I don't have approval to give a separate permit in the statute. But second of all, if you have a permit and the board takes action on a permit, that is disciplinary action on your overall permit. And I do not personally believe that if an entity messed up on this continuity of care endorsement process, I don't think that the board would generally be looking to revoke or take action on the hospital permit about the administration of meds, unless there was a separate violation of, first of all, the statute or some other rule or regulation.
So the last line that says this statute, it's referring to Act 233.
Yes, and it's difficult to say exactly where that's going to be. Like we know right now that the bill says it's going to be adding language to 1792-406. And I'm going to try not to get out of my depth, but I'm going to tell you my observations on this. If you look at 1792-406 right now, it says repealed. Code Revision Commission is going to have to come back, and there may be some reason they go, we're not putting it in 1792-406 since it's a previously repealed area of statute. So it's a nice gap to stick it in, but it might cause a conflict somewhere else. So they could actually, with Code Revision, it could come back and be in a different area. It could be 1792-415 or something. So it's a little bit wonky how that works, that we won't know until they finish all their work for sure that it's there. That's why I cited Arkansas Act 233 of 2023, adding language to this. When the Code Revision gets done, I may actually have to update that. And I realize now on that very last sentence, I need to say board rules, not regulations, because we're trying everywhere we can to update that language. So I'll make that adjustment.
So on the other one, I like how you worded it, pharmacist to support staff, but in essence, it is a 1 to 4. It could be 1 pharmacist, 4 techs.
It could. It would actually, when we've discussed this in the past, I don't know that the board has much of an appetite or the profession does in our state. Although I know some people would love to say you can have an intern and we're just going to increase the tech ratio to 4-1. And then I heard 5-1. Then I was at NAVP, someone pulled me aside, the perfect tech ratio is 6-1. And then somebody else says it's unlimited. And I'm going, well, that's not here on earth where I work or here in Arkansas where I work. But in the big cities, if you can get an intern for pay, you're basically at a 4-1. And the other argument I had on this, or the other, request was when Arkansas updated our statutes to match the authority of PrEP Act, that now pharmacy technicians as well as interns can give immunizations. And that is happening more and more, especially in our communities, throughout rural Arkansas. They are at a competitive disadvantage if they are limited when they cannot have interns.
Yeah.
So.
On the same draft markup, I am interested. I mean, this is the most people we've had in this room since before COVID. So I imagine there are some public comments, but on my initial read, my suggestion is that we also in the appropriate section define support staff to make sure it's not interpreted that it might also include cashiers and clerks.
I saw that too, Becca, and I was going to mention that in the very last line under the hospital or ambulatory, it does call that out specifically. But I don't know if we need to apply that to the retail setting as well, because it says excluded from the count of supported personnel, or you could just add in the word clinical. So clinical support staff or something.
We wouldn't generally say that technicians are clinical, but what I could do is on that under A(1) support staff, and then just put in parentheticals, pharmacy technicians, student interns, licensed pharmacy.
Yeah,
student
I think
interns.
somehow just massaging that wording so it's
Yep.
clear that when we say support staff, that's collectively referring to
Just those two.
just those two and not any support staff, like any non-pharmacist
A clerk
assisting.
or
Yeah.
Yeah. And they do
Idaho-
clarify it in the below.
Idaho used to have a thing, it was 6-1, and they didn't care if it was clerks, techs, interns, which that's not what we're doing here. That's a different way another state had done it.
So 4-1 tech or intern, student interns.
And the crazy thing is, especially here in central Arkansas, even around Searcy, there's a lot of stores that they have 2 interns at work and there's only 1 pharmacist on duty. And then they're going, well, one of us has to be a tech. And I've given this lecture for 18 years of college. Well, one of you has to be a tech because you can't have 2 per pharmacist in the intern ratio, which makes not a lot of sense to me. So the question is, with that change to define that, do you guys want me to pursue this, or do you want to set it up for a larger public discussion before a public hearing on proceeding, or
Are we supposed to be taking public comment now?
no? Well, you
Oh.
can. This has been filed for us just to discuss. I have not gone through the filing with to draft. This is step 3 of 10 is the way I would put it. Step 1 is, we come up, there's a concept, we come up with language. Step 2 is we submit it to ADH and get approval from, as the staff, to actually be able to discuss it and provide it to the board members in a public meeting for discussion. This is now step 3. If you guys tell me to go and run with this, then I go back and make these changes, refile with ADH. ADH sends it to the governor's office. After ADH does any edits or has any feedback, then it would go to the governor's office for me to have approval to actually file it for the public process, at which point I file it with the Bureau of Legislative Research and the Arkansas Secretary of State's office with date set for a public comment period. And we always end it with a public hearing of the board.
As long as all that. takes.
Well, I'm saying the same thing. Go ahead and proceed with it.
I like it.
I don't think you should have public comment. There's someone in the room.
Yeah, on this one, it would be a proposed rule, a rule change, which requires a public comment period later.
Same.
Okay. All right.
We're talking specifically about the
Yeah.
ratio.
Yeah. But I will make that, and I'll figure out how if there's some specific way they want me to notate it in either parenthetical or further definition, I'll make it match in both sections as well. Okay. Other one, MOU, hospital pharmacy continuity of care endorsements.
John, I had at least one question.
Okay.
The first question I had was paragraph 3. Last phrase there, used as a continuation of or supplement to hospital or emergency room treatment. Does that imply any restrictions?
Well, it is restricted in that there's only a couple of ways that a hospital can continue treatment outside the facility. With this, we did not want to go in the rule and erase the current limited supply that could come away from like the ER for continuity of therapy issue, because this is separate via statute. So if a hospital does not want to do a 31-day supply, they still have their right without a continuity of care endorsement to do that short minimal supply to do what they've been doing for the last 48 years. That makes sense?
Yeah, I guess I was asking more in the context of a discharge from an ED versus a discharge from a hospital looks a little bit different in terms of what prescriptions are written. So
It could be different on what prescriptions are written, but the way that I have read Act 233, the 31-day supply or up to it, and that's another clarification I have with the Department of Health. It's not an automatic 31-day supply. It's whatever is up to it. And then I had to explain what a commercial package was, that you can't really break up albuterol to be. Albuterol inhaler may last a year, but it's a single commercial package size.
my second question was number or letter E. Is the intent on that is that to say that you can't opt out of doing controlled substances, or is that saying you're going to take care of all their needs? Because there are some limited distribution drugs, and I don't know if it's because of a hospital's class of trade or what, that you don't even have access to order. So what's the intent there?
With that, and it was not related to anything to do with hospital permits, but there was a whole nother bill that you guys may have seen about wholesale distributors, and with lots of meetings between different entities. This one has not struck hospitals as much yet, even though we've seen some limitations of supplies to hospitals and health facilities. But on almost more the community pharmacy side, if you are only able to fill patients controlled substances, it starts to skew your data. And many community pharmacies, if they think, or if they see patients that have both controlled and non-controlled substances, they need to be able to fill all of it, or they can't touch any of it, because it flags them with their wholesaler every time they have patients that are known to have non-controlled substances but are getting it elsewhere. So with this, it was, well, if you're doing continuity of care, you need to be able to take care of whatever those patients' needs are when they select you. So limited distribution drugs are already an insane issue for many of us. I don't know how much of that is actually going on where people are really getting limited distribution drugs immediately upon discharge or have immediate need for it.
Depends, but there's some that as a hospital, my experience has been there are some drugs, especially like maybe oral oncolytics and things like that, that you may not actually be able to order off of your hospital wholesaler account.
Sure.
And therefore you're not going to be able to
Yeah.
fill it under this MOU. I just want to make sure that won't be viewed as not taking care of the needs of the patient if you don't have the ability to do it.
Well, that would only be if the patient also had controlled substance needs and you were refusing to fill it though.
Okay.
So you could, if all the patient needs are non-controlled substances, that's fine. This isn't inferring or implying or requiring that they also have to have a controlled substance when they get discharged. It's just, if you have a patient, the things that we would see, and we've run into this some with other things like the physician dispensing, physicians aren't generally given approval to dispense controls. But if they get all their antibiotics from one place and then show up at a community pharmacy just trying to get controls, those conversations are not going well because the pharmacies don't have the bandwidth to do it. So, and that's another one of those things the board may say, you may or may not be concerned with that. But I know if it wasn't in there, someone would say, well, wait a minute, this is going to skew all the data. And now I'm going to get in trouble with my wholesaler because here's a whole nother source sucking away the percentages of non-controlled substances, making my controlled substance numbers go up.
I think the last question I can think of, and I realize you may have to follow up to get clarification on this, but a surgical center that does have a licensed pharmacy space, but is not licensed through ADH,
As a hospital.
well, or limited to the number of hours they can keep a patient, which may be 23 hours without a hospital license. That's still a quasi inpatient or hospital permit that's issued for that facility. So what would that facility be able to do, even though they're not
I don't know
classified?
right now. I mean, it's.
That's why I
because-
started with, I know you may have follow-up on
Yeah,
that. but-
because with our permitting, a surgery center is not really a hospital. It gets a permit from us that says HP, but if you actually go back and look at the application itself, that's just how we designate it. Because otherwise there'd be 400 hospitals licensed in the state instead of 200 hospitals licensed in the state. So there's a checkbox that you check off if you are a hospital or if you are a surgery center on that application. And right now, I don't know what to tell you on the applicability of Act 233 for a surgery center because they are differently permitted.
And there's some surgery centers that don't have licensed,
Pharmacy
they don't
at
have,
all.
a box.
Yeah.
Called a pharmacy. So two different scenarios there. But I would just like to go on the record and advocate for it, at least from the standpoint of the patient. You know, these are not patients that are going to be walking out the door with 20 prescriptions, including all their home meds.
No.
The surgeon's not going to mess with that. It's probably going to be pain meds and
Yeah.
things that they need.
Post-op
immediate.
antibiotics.
Post-op, and I do think for a patient that's leaving that facility, it could potentially be something that would be of benefit to them from a care standpoint.
I just have to figure out if 233 applies and is inclusive of those centers because of the unique and different way they're permitted. So I know for a fact 233 covers hospitals, but I don't know if it does. It says allow a hospital pharmacy continuity of care endorsement to allow a hospital to sell drugs and medications at retail for emergency room patients or patients upon discharge from the hospital. I got to do research on that, and it's not me. It's really legal counsel. Probably not even just our legal counsel.
I would echo the comments from Dr. Jolly, especially when you've got some, one of the drivers are the after-hour access and making sure that we've got that continuity of care for patients. So whether it's a hospital outpatient department, I mean, it depends on how you interpret discharge from a hospital. So if it's not necessarily a freestanding ASC, but if it's an outpatient surgery and you're discharging from the hospital, even though they've only been there that same day, it's still a hospital discharge. So clarification on that would be appreciated.
Let's go back to the controlled substance. So with hospital that have an MOU, would they be exempt?
No, because that's at retail. In fact, I did not put a bullet on that, but I'm sure I need it. So, yeah. Good catch.
Secondly, paragraph 2 of bullet F. The hospital shall have pharmacists, service. So a couple of thoughts. One, retail, this is a retail sort of function. Retail pharmacies aren't required to have emergency.
They're required to post notice in a public manner where the patients would see it. And depending on how this was handled, and I put this in there specifically for discussion purposes because there was a lot of angst, it seemed, over emergency pharmacy services. We've had people that just want to post phone numbers of here are the pharmacies in the area, and therefore you can just call them since we couldn't get a permit or we don't have a permit. But if you don't establish a continuity of care from, basically med to home, then a lot of that is completely on deaf ears. If these community pharmacists don't have that person as a patient or a plan ahead of time, when they get out the door with prescriptions in hand, they're just going pharmacy to pharmacy. They don't have a pre-existing relationship. In this situation, could be right, could be wrong, but one of the thoughts is if you leave the hospital and you have a prescription in your hand, then you have the free ability to go to whatever pharmacy you want to, and it's there that you see on the door whether or not they offer emergency services. And so you have a secondary decision of this one does or does not offer it, and therefore I choose to use them or not. some of the approaches of this, I understand are requesting to do like med to bed programs where the patient's never going to see that. These hospitals aren't going to be required to have a retail pharmacy brick and mortar that the patient would necessarily walk up to. They could do that if they wanted to for discharge meds. But there's no sign for a patient to have chosen or made their freedom of choice selection and then go up and see and know ahead of time there's no emergency service. The other thing with this is if they choose that hospital to do their discharge meds, only that hospital has the records. So in a scenario when I'm a patient and I'm out in the community trying to find a pharmacy, like I have a pharmacy in the community that I'm choosing to deal with. I had a copy of my orders, which I could take a picture of for whatever purposes, or I could try to get back to the hospital where I got my care for clarifications. In this, it's almost a vertically integrated model where all the records are still going to lie with the hospital. And so there is no one else to answer.
Further, so this is a pharmacy function.
Hmm.
So some hospitals don't have 24-hour service. That would be directly akin to a retail. So the only other place that I'm aware of in our regulations for pharmacy, we're talking about emergency services, care facilities, where if you fill even one prescription, you're responsible on call. So is that what?
It's a very similar parallel that it's not just long-term care, it's institutionalized. So it's generally any patients that are in a facility where they cannot leave of their own volition, you are required to have emergency services for those. And it doesn't mean necessarily that you are there in the facility. Many times that is a call and triage. It's a phone call for what were the records or what is the advice or anything else. When I took call in a pharmacy was responsible for overnight service, some of those calls I had to go up and open the pharmacy and get something and then get it to actually a nursing home. Other times it was, do you remember what was going on with patient so-and-so? They needed either clarification or extra drug information that I could handle from home. Sometimes I had to go to the store because we did not have any type of connectivity outside of it, go to the store, boot up the computers and go back and look at records and get them back on the phone. But it was, in a timely manner, not necessarily immediate emergency service, but it was being available for those needs.
My knee jerk is when I read that, it emergency services, that phrase or that concept needs fleshed out just a little bit.
For long-term care, it's not defined that much further than emergency services. But if you have any suggestions on anything else you'd like to add in that to help define it, I'd be happy to put it in.
I assume that this would imply 22.
Availability, yes, that's what it means for our community pharmacies.
Maybe if I would do
I mean, I should ask just out of curiosity, what emergency services? Give me an example.
You think you
Give me
got
an example
you
of an emergency service.
think you got the wrong drug and you need to call the pharmacy back and verify it. Or you think that you got the wrong quantity or you're having an allergic reaction, or you get home and realize I had an order for something else I didn't get. Yeah.
how do I think this?
Some of the, I think, patients that appreciated that kind of service the most and needed the most were the ones with different handicaps. I mean, I had some blind patients that one of them got a Medrol dose pack one time, and I talked to her about twice a day on, okay, it's morning, you're going to do this with breakfast. It's going to be on the left-hand side of the packet, and you're going to punch these out. And, I gave her my home phone number because.
But as I'm reading this, I'm looking at it as a 31-day supply upon discharge.
Up to
A 31-day supply upon discharge.
Yeah.
And talk about
That's what they're
really
limited.
refills or
No, there's no refills.
anything like that. So that's why I was asking about emergencies, once, not like they need, I'm out of pills, and that's what I was thinking. I apologize.
So they're gonna have to be in mindset, right? They still need to get the patient.
If there's going to be continuation of therapy beyond 31 days, yes. It's either that or I think a lot of health facilities do a really good job of making sure that the patient has their follow-up appointment medically. I think that the breakdown is generally, and I hear this not even just from hospitals, but when I'm in dealing with surgeons or anything else, they're like, we did surgery on this patient, they can't get their medication filled. And I'm like, well, who did you talk to before they had surgery? Did you tell the patient, by the way, you're going to have surgery, and when you get discharged, you're going to have some opioids and some antibiotics. Who are you going to use? Go ahead and have a conversation with them up front of, hey, I'm going to get out of surgery. Are you guys going to be able to fill my meds? Because when they just, especially in this kind of one-off surgery scenario, they hand them scripts and go and then get mad that pharmacies won't fill the prescriptions. I was like, well, if you help the pharmacies anticipate they're getting a prescription, it's a different thing than people show up and you may not even have the drugs.
I've got a question for you. When you get the clarification on the scope of Act 233, I'm really concerned, and maybe the act is more specific on this, but what's meant by discharge? For example, a lot of hospitals have hired physicians and operate the physicians' offices at hospital outpatient clinics. Is this opening up physician dispensing by hospital physicians?
Well, physician dispensing, if it's the physician doing the dispensing, they either have to have a permit or it has to be an exempted drug.
Well, but in this instance, the physician would be an employee and work as a part of a hospital department.
I think that's a
And-
great point, especially for like an urgent care center or a walk-in sick, especially if it's after hours or weekends, holidays, as opposed to going to an emergency room, same type of care on a smaller scale.
Right, and of course, a lot of emergency rooms operate as de facto outpatient clinics. Essentially outpatient doctor's offices. Is it going to apply to them too?
Well, the statute only says what it says. And if they are admitting that patient versus just treating them, and it's in a hospital permitted facility, I think it applies. But there wasn't any in-depth testimony on the bill other than the sponsor presenting the bill.
Well, to what extent do we, in approving the terms of the memorandum of understanding, have the ability to resolve some of these ambiguities from the statute? Could we say, or can we say that it applies to X but doesn't apply to Y circumstance, even though the statute's unclear on that?
I think for now, you are correct. We know the things that it does apply to. The difficulty is saying the things that it would not apply to.
Well,
So
for
it-
instance, defining discharge.
Well, I think most hospitals define discharge for inpatients. The question is if they are having an outpatient procedure, is it discharge?
Yeah, and I think I would probably argue that it does apply to outpatient surgery, but maybe not to being cut loose from the in-hospital doctor's office.
So when it says it in the act, that's not it. Hold on. The entire act that added language only adds 2 paragraphs, Harold. And the first one is 1792-406, and it literally says, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy may issue a hospital pharmacy continuity of care endorsement to a healthcare organization that is licensed as a hospital in this state and that has a hospital pharmaceutical services permit. So it has to have a hospital license and a hospital pharmacy permit from us. A hospital pharmacy continuity of care endorsement shall allow hospitals to sell drugs, medications at retail for emergency room patients or patients upon discharge from the hospital for off-premises personal use in an outpatient setting for either up to a 31-day supply or single commercially available package size. Uses continuation of or supplement to hospital or emergency room treatment.
Then I would think that this board would have the ability to prescribe or to interpret any ambiguous provisions of that as a part of a memorandum of understanding. And we might want to consider whether that applies to certain situations or doesn't apply to other situations.
Well, and I think the easy part, if it is a facility licensed as a hospital, as the statute would say, to Dr. Jolly's question, and it has a hospital pharmaceutical services permit, which would be, ADH us, then that's very easy. The surgery centers that aren't licensed a hospital, I just don't know that it will apply.
Right.
The clinics are interesting because if you're just going into the clinic to get care, that's usually ambulatory care, and you usually don't consider those people admitted to the hospital for discharge. It gets weird where you have a hospital that also does surgery and admits the patient for 23 hours or less and then dismisses them. I think
It's
that would
also,
apply.
it's also challenging for integrated systems like many across the state that have hospital ownership or participation in those physician practices, particularly the community cares and the urgent cares and things like that, that are going to have those later hours and non-traditional kind of weekday hours that would still prevent them from being able to provide that service. So I think that's another area that we should think about how that works with this. And is that in this scope or not? And do we need to have those conversations? Because if we get to the point where we're comfortable with emergency rooms discharging people and being able to give them enough supply to last because it's the middle of the night or whatever, we're going to end up directing patients. We could potentially direct patients to emergency rooms as opposed to community cares or urgent cares, where it's going to be less expensive for them and all of the things that we know that come with that. So if we're not considering those community care, walk-in or urgent care type arrangements for people to receive care.
But if that urgent care is not attached to a licensed hospital with a licensed hospital or permitted hospital pharmacy, it doesn't apply.
But there are many that are.
Yeah, and that's the thing is some of them are. I mean, if you've got an emergency room as part of a hospital, it's an easy, yes, this can apply to us.
But do they not feel different because of different locations?
From
An urgent care
patient
center versus a
care.
hospital, wouldn't there be a different coding
Oh,
for that
sure.
location?
For sure, and it's less, but if the ownership and what the understanding has been to this point, if there is mutual ownership from a hospital and that urgent care center, so even though it's ran as an ambulatory urgent care center, if there's any sort of ownership connection to a nonprofit hospital, then they would not
Not
be
eligible.
eligible.
It's not even ownership, it's interest.
Interest. So,
Which, I
yes.
mean, ownership is the easy way to define interest because it always has it, but
But there's I think a different problem here. And that is a lot of small rural hospitals have emergency departments.
Mhm.
And they serve as after-hours clinic for non-emergency patients. You have a non-emergency,
For
you
sure.
go. Is that patient going to be covered?
well, if they are at the emergency room, and I hate to say admitted because someone in a hospital is going to tell me that's not the right term, but if they're admitted into the ER for care, then they would be eligible if they had need of medication upon discharge from that emergency room, no matter what status they're taking care of the patient in, then this would appear to apply.
Even if they're not an emergency patient? I mean,
But
wouldn't
it
that,
doesn't say discharge from the emergency room because of an emergency reason. You will have people that come to ERs right now because they have run out of their medication and don't know what to do and show up to
Exactly.
ER and they're like, well, I can get a dose of it here. Well, they were seen and they're going to get billed for that emergency room visit. So when they're discharged from the emergency room, they go, it's going to be 3 days before the pharmacy I use is going to be open. Well, that facility, that hospital could choose to use this and go, then we're going to get you 4 days of medication so that we know you can get back there and get to your facility. But it did not qualify to me, at least, that it's an emergency room discharge, but only for an emergency issue.
So, excuse me, and coming up with this scenario, but if somebody goes to an ER with a wounded leg, can they essentially come out with 31 days supply of, say, all their blood pressure and glucose medication?
If it is for, what did it say? Upon discharge from the hospital for all premises, personal use in outpatient setting for either up to 31 day supply or single commercial product used as a continuation of or supplement to hospital or emergency room treatment. I mean, I think you'll have scenarios where somebody does have a diabetic leg wound and they go to the ER and they get treated, and during their visit, they figure out they haven't been taking their diabetic medication and need it to get back on track until they can get back and get it elsewhere.
Sure, but I was thinking something a little bit more distant apart than that.
I don't
know.
If they can connect it as a
Fungus can come out.
continuation of their care or a supplement to it, probably so.
I think it's gonna be difficult for me as a pharmacist sitting in the hospital to probably determine that. I think there's gotta be some flexibility there, and I think some of that's limited by what that physician is gonna be willing to prescribe
I agree.
and take responsibility for, so.
It's not a spot just to pick up your refills, because you're going to have to be admitted in some manner and then get discharged with orders that this is some concomitant care for you as a patient. I mean, so in the theory that someone's really purposely trying to abuse it, they're abusing it for up to a 31 day supply, which if they're doing that to make sure that the patient is not getting readmitted due to a concomitant part of their disease state or illness, I believe that's the purpose of the statute, is to be sure that you can hit that reset button or reestablish that they're getting all the care that they need.
I hadn't filled an ED script in a while, full disclosure, but I would typically not see that to be a general rule where somebody's saying, you know, I'm gonna give you your lisinopril, your spironolactone, just making like a carte blanche 30-day supply, unless there was a problem related to that ED visit. It's mostly the drugs that had to do with what that ED visit
Yeah.
was concerned.
For hospital discharge, I could completely see that. Like, we're going to make sure you're on everything you need to be on when you leave here. And hopefully that would also include better communication to either the primary care provider as far as prescriber elsewhere, or the community pharmacy of, hey, we're issuing new prescriptions. We're going to put them on a beta blocker instead of an ARB at this point. Please don't also fill the ARB. We can't get Dr. So-and-so, but they don't need to be on both. Here's the issue we had and why we're changing it. So, and I know Dr. Kraus and I've talked several times. One of the things that I know we would like to see as much as anything is discontinuation orders of drugs. Like, you see it in a hospital, but in a community pharmacy, you don't see it. And if there's either poor communication to or poor uptake with patients, they will take everything new they got at the hospital and everything else they can get refilled at the pharmacy, and it makes them more of a train wreck, not less.
One thing you mentioned, as we've been going through this, and something you read there, just hospital, pharmacy. They did allow for the possibility that somebody may put a brick and mortar facade. So that truly would just be a facade. It'd be a place to keep the records and hand out meds, so to speak, but it will still be the hospital pharmacy permit. not a
Yes.
separate permit.
So my understanding, and there are people in this room that have, experience in this, some hospitals that do their own employee pharmacy services, some of them will just do it right along everything else in the hospital, but some of them actually have a separate suite that they have that separated because they have retail software. Because I mean, on this, you have to label it right. And I appreciate your catch on the PDMP that I will add a sense in there that any controlled substance must be reported to Arkansas Prescription Drug Monitoring Program, because the inpatient scripts don't have to do that. So there are going to have to be links built on how do we label this appropriately for outpatient use, because it's no longer grab it and scribble on it. I mean, there's all kinds of weird guidelines. Font can't be less than a certain size. You have to have a 1-800 MedWatch number either on the bottle, on the label, or in the auxiliary paperwork for every prescription. For any type of REMS drugs, you have to give out all of that package data. Anytime it's birth control, you have to give them the insert that you get with all the hormonal birth control. I mean, I think there are a lot of people that think community pharmacy side is a whole lot easier, but it's a whole lot more convoluted on a lot of fronts.
Okay, I wanted to ask about letter D.
D, yes, sir.
Yes. bring up the topic that everybody likes to hear, and that's 340B.
Oh.
So
I
am
can
I
tell you.
prohibited from, so I don't sign an agreement for 340B. I'm enrolled as a condition of qualification. So is that saying that I can't use a 340B purchase drug to fill a script, or is it saying I can't provide an anti-competitive price based on the fact that I can obtain a 340B drug?
The way that this was drafted is you could use 340B, but you can't give an anti-competitive price. And the thing about it is most people in the room, well, hopefully everybody in the room knows what like NADAC is. Well, NADAC is what you can tell a drug generally will cost in the community non-preferentially priced market. I don't think anybody in the room cares if you have an indigent patient that you're donating care to. I don't think anybody cares about that. But the backbiting calls and allegations I keep getting, and I do not have them in writing, and I've tried to actually do some research to get ahead of it so that when someone does file a written complaint, I can help defend someone. But I think my actions in that were seen as nefarious rather than friendly. Is if you have people that are insured or that are not indigent, and you're just saying, well, if you go see our provider and you use our pharmacy provider on our campus, so to speak, hey, look, you can get all your insulin for $9 a bottle. You can get, Mounjaro for $100. I mean, there's a whole one of the Facebook groups that I've seen that are telling people, hey, you just go to this person for your prescriptions and that qualifies, you go to this clinic and get it. But that's not an indigent patient program at that point. It's Robinson Patman at its finest, even though 340B kind of has a carve out of Robinson Patman if the facility is saying it's part of their ongoing mission and outreach. So I know some facilities, like my understanding is, UMS has a criteria that if you're below a certain point of income, then you qualify for discounted pricing. But I wouldn't qualify for that as a pharmacist, and therefore I'm not going to get insulin for $9 a bottle, but you're probably going to charge my insurance and still get the 340B spread.
Yeah, I would say that that's not as common with the expansion that happened several years ago. And so your percentage of uninsured went down considerably.
But it's about to
I
go
was
back up.
thinking more in the scenario of someone that's homeless. I mean, and by the way, that's vetted by social work. It's not a pharmacy decision.
That's what I dealt
It's
with at free clinic all the time.
It's a social worker that's calling you and saying, this patient's not going to go to any pharmacy.
Yeah.
Based on their.
But they're indigent and they're also displaced.
Yes. And so I just kind of wanted to get clarification that if you were doing that on behalf of someone in that situation, it wouldn't be viewed as anti-competitive, because I think that's the spirit of the 340B program, in my opinion, to a certain point where you utilize those savings to help with patient care, but not in an anti-competitive manner. I get that.
I anticipated that someone was going to have better language to say something like, other than for taking care of indigent patients or something like that along those lines. And I didn't know if you guys would want that or not.
Yeah, I would think that would be good to get some specificity in there. I don't know if indigent's the right word. That's probably not something we would have to decide today. But just the spirit of it being someone that truly is not, they don't have insurance, and if they're not going to be able to get their medications if you don't help them in some way.
You say something like,
even do something to the approved charity care policies, because most hospitals have some sort of charity care policies within their systems. That makes it a little bit more vague, but would still apply to the group of people we want it to apply to.
they would be if they were there. So I mean, just off the top of my head, donated medications or discounts for qualified need are acceptable. But I mean, it's funny. If I have insurance, I'm probably not going to qualify for that need unless I have insurance and it's a medication that you can't get coverage for, and have some other qualification of need.
Yeah, and I maybe, if one in the room wants to correct me on this, I might be a little bit off, but I want to say a lot of the medication assistance programs you have to be like 300% below
That's-
the poverty level, which
that's
is
about right.
really, really low.
Yeah, I mean, it's like family household income of $50,000 or less. I think is like the top end on most of those, PAP programs I would see when I was doing pre-clinic.
Yeah, I think some of them, it's a lot, I think it's a lot lower than that.
A lot lower or a lot higher. I'm saying that's the highest I think I ever saw.
The threshold, like
Yeah.
you have to be.
You have to be below that.
Yeah.
That's what, I mean, we had to qualify, I mean, the free clinic, we had to qualify that people were indigent to be able to give them donated drugs. Law goes into effect the end of July. So if you want to direct me and send it back out to you, and we could arrange a phone conversation at some point before the end of July, I can get some other feedback for anything else. I think that's doable.
What do you have to research?
Well, I mean, the thing that I think you guys want to know more information on is who else it may apply to. And I don't know that that's going to be a July issue. Like I can tell you very directly, it applies to a licensed hospital with a permitted hospital pharmacy. I don't know who I'm even going to have to ask to get clarifications on some of the other facilities. And, Amy, you probably help me in looking up a couple of specific ones, because I think that when we look at them, we can go, well, this is an urgent care on the hospital campus. Does that urgent care already use the hospital pharmacy, or how is it qualified in there to maybe research? But the MOU is a individual thing, just like a pharmacy permit. So as people ask for the MOU, there are some that are going to be really easy for me to say, yes, the MOU applies, and others where I'm going to have to go, I don't have a problem giving this to you as long as I can show that you qualify for it. And that's kind of how we've had to handle other things. And we have a lot of pharmacies that are like, I have no problem giving you a permit, but you got to have a PIC first. Until you have a PIC, I can't process it. I'd handle it that way. But the notes I have are PMP reporting, having a note on D, donated medications or discounts for qualified. I'd say like patients of need are acceptable. And then adding 24/7 to the explanation of emergency services and changing regulation to rule. On D, donated medications or discounts for qualified, patients of need are acceptable. I may say, I'll put in there. I'll try to work on this while you are in hearings. I don't think I have to testify.
On F, did we want to remove the word emergency and replace it with 24/7? That's what kind of, no, you want to leave emergency.
Well,
Because, and maybe this is just my interpretation, but when I read the word emergency, I think immediate. And that's not, we need it quickly, but not necessarily immediate.
Well, we're saying emergency is 24/7, meaning
Okay.
if there's an emergency, they're available. I don't know that you want to say we're just available for everything emergent or not.
Right, yeah, that's what.
Not really emergency.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I really prefer the green.
Right.
You couldn't add 24/7 and take away emergency because then it's 7 services.
That's true. Okay,
I think the two qualify each other uniquely because,
but emergency doesn't imply immediate.
no. But I mean, and we don't expect that even for long-term care pharmacies. It is in a timely manner, which
Sure.
we generally say they should be able to get, if they need medication to that home or that facility, it should be available within a couple of hours, but it's not 5 minutes or less.
Gotcha.
All right. I'll work on it. You'll have probably another copy this afternoon. Oh, my Lord. At least that's on the blue and red one. All right. Thank you, guys.
Like to, we've got a lady that's trying to get, take a test. So I think we need to call this meeting to order and get it underway.
Get her online.
Thank you all for coming. We've got more. There'll be more. Y'all can watch the rest. It's 3 o'clock. Most of them off anyway. All right. Getting better.
Hey, Bree, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. If you want to introduce yourself to the board, I think they know why you're here today, and I think they want to have a brief conversation with you.
Okay, sounds good. My name is Brianna Jolliffe. I go by Bree. I'm a recent pharmacy graduate from Lipscomb University located in Nashville, and I am wanting to get licensed in Arkansas due to I recently was accepted for a PGY1 at our care located in Bentonville. I'll be starting that position July the 3rd.
You're wanting to retake the test. Is that what?
Yes.
All right.
Have you had the time to restudy?
I'm sorry about that. So the last visit that I was there in Little Rock, they were able to print out a physical copy for me. I'm in the process of trying to gather all my things from Nashville and bring it back home to Memphis and then transport it up to Bentonville. And so it's kind of been a little hectic, but I was able to get the majority of my things here from Nashville. So I've been able to use the copy that was printed out for me from the board, I believe on last week when I attempted to take it the second time. And so I feel as if having the paper copy is beneficial. And I've also had a chance to go to the library to print off the controlled substance booklet as well.
Have you identified any barriers to you taking the test?
A few. I've had some life things happen shortly. I guess a week after I found out that I was moving, that I got accepted for my PGY1, my mother got the call that she was getting a liver transplant. And so that has been an adjustment for me. Trying to like graduate and complete school, she not being there, and then her just being off. And so after the last time I took my exam Thursday, she just kind of told me like, I can, do for myself. I don't want you to continue to, not be successful in what it is that you want to do. So we have set boundaries between one another. And I've chosen to like remove myself throughout the daytime at home so she can kind of build up her own strength and momentum to depend on herself, because I'm the oldest daughter. And then recently, like my parents separated. So it's just like me and my mom.
How are you studying?
So once I found out that I was moving to Arkansas, they were able to provide a link for me to review the video. And so I was able to download the law book along with the controlled substance and listen through that and read through it along with the video. So like anything that, Dr. Curley said that was going to be on the exam is what I really focus on. And so the first time I took it, I spoke with someone and she was like, really hit on pharmacy technicians and compounders. So I went in, did that. And then the second time, it's just, I guess, like the select all that applies what really caught me off guard, but I felt as if I was prepared for it. Some things are a little bit different in Arkansas versus Tennessee. And so not trying to, make any excuses, but some things are very different when it comes to like scheduling of drugs and like who can and cannot do certain things. I thought I had an understanding of it, but on the second test, it was a question that I wasn't really for sure about.
Related to the latter point, on the Arkansas Board of Pharmacy website, there is a document that outlines who can prescribe what.
Right.
I think it's a one-page document, so I would encourage you to take a look at that. I
Yes.
think that as you have taken the exam now twice, you realize that it's not just rote memorization and give us a knowledge-based answer, but rather it's put in the context of a scenario, and then you're asked, what would you do? So it's truly an application of the information. Now, you said that you downloaded the pharmacy law book. Can I assume that that's the 250-page document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What I would, to help narrow down the scope for what you need to review, I would focus purely in on the regulations or the rules and regulations.
Yes, sir.
The statutes are pretty much spelled out in the regulations. So if you study the regulations, 1 through, what is it, 12?
1 through, yes, sir. 1 through 12.
Yeah, if you just study those, and many of those, I think 6, 11, 12, maybe there's one more, the Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group. There's not going to be a whole lot of meat to it. The one on wholesale, there's very little. But what I would encourage you to do, one, is just take off the rules and regulations and focus on that.
Yes, sir.
I would sit down, listen to Dr. Kirtley's lecture again, his review, and stop and pause as many times as you need to go through and highlight the regulation as you go.
Okay.
Okay. And one way that's easy is don't try to remember what Arkansas says in every case. As you go through and you say, well, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. So that you know that, well, that makes sense in my mind. This is something I already know. That when you run up against something that you didn't know, you say, well, that's different. That's what you need to focus on in terms of, because otherwise you're going to say, well, as I read this question, here's how it would apply, and that makes sense. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of exam taking tips I would encourage you to consider. When it comes to true false questions, don't read anything into the question.
Okay.
Just read the question. And if you start reading it and you say, well, if this, then this, or if this, then this, or if something else, then something else.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden you're reading too much into the question.
Right.
But come back to it. Okay.
Okay.
K-type questions. You know what I mean when I say a K-type question?
No, sir.
All right, it's like a question where they'll ask a question and then there'll be 3 or 4 different choices for an answer. And then the answers are A and B, A, C, and D, all the above, okay?
Yes, sir.
The best way to take those questions are to read the question and then go to each of the possible answers and say, does this fulfill the question, yes or no? It's kind of like turning it into a series of true, false questions. And then once you've determined which ones apply or which ones don't apply, depending on how the question is written, then you simply go down to the answers that the choices and match them up. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the last tip I would give you is if you come to a question that you're not sure the answer to, and it comes down to one of two answers. And you think, well, I think it's B. If you're not sure, don't answer the question.
Okay,
Come back to it, because if you answer it right then the psychology of wanting to change your answer when you come back to it is the probability that you're going to change it is sometimes pretty good if that's something that you tend to do.
okay,
So in any case, true, false question or otherwise, if you run across a question and you're not sure what the answer is, don't answer it. Go through the exam, finish everything that you finished, come back to it. And at some point you have to pick an answer.
yes, sir.
Pick an answer and leave it alone.
Okay,
And then, of course, go back and make sure that when you answer, that you check your answers, not checking them to see, can I change it? But say, I answered A, I meant to answer A, and go on. And that way, if you find one that you incidentally mark something other than what you intended, of course, change that.
right.
Okay? Now, the last thing, and this is assuming, of course, all this, it only depends on if the board gives you approval to take it again. But taking the exam the third time, you're kind of reaching that pivotal point that beyond this, we start to wonder. And so you want to give yourself a sufficient amount of time to be able to take the exam, given that your residency starts July the 3rd, then you probably want to give yourself at least a couple of weeks to make sure that you have truly learned the material. Don't just read it, skim it for recognition and come in and hope for the best. No, you need to study it and know it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as the drug schedules, you don't need to know the chemical name, 1-methylene, diene, 2, whatever. You just need to know the generic and brand names of the drugs.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, what do y'all want to do? Any other questions for this lady? Comments?
Make a motion, we allow her to take the test the third time.
All right, we have a motion to allow this young lady to retake this test. Do I have a second? I do have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Can get with Nancy, is that who?
Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Everybody, what's on deck? I've got 5 technician application denials. Those are formal hearings. They have order of notice of hearings on those. I mean, we can do it whatever you want to. I kind of want to take care of the people who are here and then we'll go back and take care of the people that didn't show up. I've got 2 from the morning that didn't show up and then I'll have 2 techs if we do it that way. Okay. I have 5 that are here and 2 that aren't. And I have 2 from the morning that we need to do. Those are just change of ownership issues that shouldn't take long, but I was gonna put those at the end. That's okay. Okay, so then the first hearing will be Bianca Winston. She has an attorney phone number.
Out here.
Okay, so then let's move to Jasmine.
All right. Jasmine Brown.
They don't have to wait outside, right? It's public.
Chairman. Are you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is Clayton Orr. I think that's on. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for Attorney General Tim Griffin's office. And I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Jasmine Brown, case number 2023-056, which is to be heard before the Board of Pharmacy. Today is June 7th, 2023, and everyone please silence your cell phones at this time. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record? And are you represented by counsel today? Were you aware that you had the right to have counsel today? Thank you. If you have any questions during the proceedings, please do let me know. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing today? Are you ready to proceed? Okay. Board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Ashley Vales. I'm General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
And just some information before we begin. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me, and we will take a break. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. Are there preliminary matters or exhibits to be discussed or offered at this time?
Yes, I have exhibits 1 through 9. And that's contained on the tablet in this matter. I'd like to introduce those into evidence. And I also have a motion.
Do you have any objections to the exhibits being entered into evidence?
No.
Okay. Without objection, those will be entered into evidence as exhibits 1 through 9. And do you have any evidence that you would like to enter today?
Yes.
Okay. Bring it up. Counsel. Are there multiple pages to this? Are there
it one page or was it more than?
No, so. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I didn't see that. Thank you. You need time to review it?
We can make copies.
Okay, without objection, this will be admitted to evidence as Respondents Exhibit A. And we'll take a brief recess for copies to be made for the board.
Here you go, ma'am.
Down here and one right here. Okay, we'll go back on the record at this time. Board counsel, you had a motion as well?
Yes, I would just ask the board members to take judicial notice of Arkansas pharmacy laws and our rules, specifically those that are contained in the order of notice of hearing in this matter.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, it's customary to offer the opportunity for opening statements. You're free to make an opening statement if you wish, or to wait until it's your time to testify in order to make your case. Board counsel, would you like to make an opening statement on this?
I'm going to waive opening and just call witness.
All right, and would you like to wait and present your case to the board? Okay. Board counsel, you may proceed.
Call Dr. Brenda McCready.
You may proceed.
Dr. McCready, you reviewed, well, with myself, the application of Jasmine Brown for a pharmacy technician registration. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we administratively denied that application. Can you explain to the board why that was done?
We administratively denied the application for a couple of reasons. One, there was some criminal history on her background. There was an assault that happened in Maryland on the charge date was, I believe, 3/14 of 2017. It was a misdemeanor. It was null pros, but there was an incident between her and her roommate. They were both charged and subsequently was null pros. The other issue was that she had most recently attempted to commit suicide. That was by an ingestion of, did I have it under Exhibit 10? She presented to the hospital after an intentional ingestion of Ambien, clonazepam, a half a pint of Fireball. And because of the most recent occurrence, the board just felt like our staff felt like being in the pharmacy might not be the best place for her to be at this time, having had this just in 2022, and then some records in 2023 that came in that just talked about her having major depressive disorders and things like that. And we were just concerned about, because of the drugs and things that are in the pharmacy, it caused staff concern.
And Dr. McCready, as part of her application process, did Ms. Brown disclose these issues in her application?
She did disclose the mental health issues, and she did also disclose the arrests.
All right, anything you'd like to add with regard to applicant Brown that we have not gone over?
No, ma'am.
All right, that's all I have for Dr. McCready. Push that button till it turns green. Lift your finger up. There it goes.
Yeah.
You have any questions? You don't have to.
Okay, I don't have any questions at this time.
That's all, we have.
Okay,
Present.
and board council, do you have any questions? I'm sorry, board, do you have any questions?
Doesn't look like it, no, sir.
All right. Do you have any further witnesses, board council?
I do not, will rest.
Okay, and at this time, you can call yourself as a witness, Ms. Brown, and make your case to the board if you'd like.
Okay. I went through a lot in 2021 during my pregnancy and after I delivered. I was in a domestic violent relationship, then marriage, since 2019, and it ranged from verbal abuse to, manipulation, gaslighting, throwing things around the room, and threatening to end his life if I left him. After I had my daughter in November 2021, the postpartum was very much there. But my husband at the time was still putting a lot of pressure on me with accusations and a lot of verbal abuse. And I had tried to reach out to him, pertaining to both of us getting therapy, and he was against it. And I knew what would happen if I mixed, had the cocktail of a benzo, a sedative, and a depressant being the alcohol. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if I was going to pass, but I did know there was a potential. And when I blacked out and was taken to the hospital, they asked me once I was coherent if I wanted, if I was willing to admit myself to the psych ward at Johns Hopkins, and I was eager to. I needed that help and knew I did, so I went forth with it. And my sister flew to Baltimore, and I fled from my husband. I got out of that situation, and just days after being apart from him, I felt so much change, a lot of relief, and I knew I needed to get into therapy here. It just was a process due to Medicaid and getting state insurance since I was unemployed. But I did, as soon as I was able to get in to see a licensed social worker, I did. And they paired me with a psychiatrist that would help me with my medication management. And the therapy has been nothing but extremely helpful. I have exponentially grown with the therapy, and I feel like I'm a whole different person. And I don't believe that my circumstances define me as a person or, affect my work ethic. I am very much capable of coping with my emotions, my behavior, regulating, and I'm in a much better position. I have not missed one appointment of therapy. I go every other Thursday for an hour. And we just continue to grow in our sessions. And I do believe I am very much so capable and able to work without being a risk to myself or anybody.
Board counsel, do you have any questions for the
Um,
respondent?
Just one, I think. Ms. Brown, do you have experience, if I'm remembering correctly, in working as a pharmacy tech?
Yes.
Can you tell the board about that?
I started after I graduated from undergrad in 2013. I did pharmacy. I wanted to get experience to potentially go to med school, but I started in 2013. And when I moved to Baltimore in 2014, and this was after my brother took his life, I wanted to be closer to family, so moved to Baltimore and got my license in Maryland. And I was able to have a pretty easy and fluid transition from the Walgreens in Missouri to Maryland. And I was soon sent for classes to get my national certification. So my PTCB, I keep up with that, but my work ethic has never been an issue. I'm a very hard and passionate worker. I get very involved and engaged in whatever I'm doing, no matter what it is. And at Walgreens, I was promoted pretty quickly to senior technician. And then I didn't really see much room for growth. So I looked for a different pharmacy and found a compounding pharmacy, a smaller one, still retail. And I stopped working at Walgreens and worked at Bayview Pharmacy. And as a certified technician, as a certified technician. And then November 2020, like middle of the pandemic, I decided to take a break to work on my family and getting pregnant, and I got married. So I just have not gone back to work since November 2020.
All right, and when you had your sort of mental health crisis, I guess, and you took this cocktail, did you have a prescription for the Ambien and the clonazepam?
I did. I have been removed. They took me off of the clonazepam and I stopped the Ambien, but I was switched to a non-benzo, non-control to help with my anxiety that I take just as needed. So it's been months since I've had the clonazepam, and I don't have Ambien at all.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
I am not.
Okay. That's all the question I have for this witness.
Board?
I have just one question. What's the situation with your husband? Ex-husband?
I hope it can be ex-husband soon. Unfortunately, I don't have the resources to file for, the divorce and to go through the child support system. And he intentionally makes things difficult. So he says he's going to do it, file, and then he doesn't. It's just a way of him having control, but he is living in Maryland still and very minimal contact. Obviously, we have to contact due to our child, but it's much more cordial. I keep it very simple. But I'm hoping I can find something or someone to help me, maybe through legal aid, to get this divorce initiated.
Further questions?
Yeah, just.
Okay.
So have you done any type of work? While you've been waiting for a pharmacy technician job?
No, I mean, stay-at-home mom is 24/7 work, I believe, but no, I have not had the opportunity to find employment.
We have any, says here, disqualifying criminal history. Can you explain a little bit about what that would be?
Yes, I can, sure. I guess I misunderstood the judge when I went to court, but what I got from her was, it was a he said, she said case. And I shouldn't have been locked up, or I was in holding before I saw someone, but my roommate, unfortunately, she, being a racist, did not approve of me being there and making comments to her, standing up for myself. She had said something about me moving out, and I spoke up, and it was the first time that I spoke up to her immediately, and she didn't approve. And being much bigger than I am, much taller, just a bigger woman, she had the advantage and was able to push me back into the pantry, and she tried to hurt me with whatever she could. And I remember seeing my nephew, who was only 6 at the time, crying and trying to run out the door. So that is what gave me the power and the will to push her off of me. And that's when she called the police. And the first thing she stated was, a Black woman has assaulted me. And then she continued to tell not the truth, lots of lies about me putting my hands around her neck, which I'm not even able to reach her neck, and things along that line. And the officer came to me, pulled me aside, and recommended that I go and press charges because he knows that she's going to try to press charges. We did mediation, so I had to meet up with her in a small room, and some mediators and chalkboard, and we had to go over everything. And if we both agreed to disagree, then they would close everything. And the judge said it would be an easy case to expunge. So my fees were waived, and that was a pretty simple process. So it
So were you
still haunts
charged?
me, but
I'm sorry, were you charged with anything?
not,
It's the no problem.
Oh, okay.
Charged and then no pros,
Thank you. Sorry. I remember that now.
probably very quickly in time.
Gotcha.
If we could get that on the record from the witness at that point. Were you charged at that point?
I thought it was dropped in the court. I thought she had closed it. I don't know the terminology there, but I guess according to whatever I have here in the District Court of Maryland, yeah, I was charged, but then it was no pros.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know, further questions for me. Y'all have any questions?
Is there anything else from board council?
I just have a brief closing. I would.
I'm sorry, did you have any questions
I
for the
don't have any
witness? At this point?
questions, other questions for Ms. Brown.
All right, at this time, we'll go to closing arguments.
All right, so if the board sees fit, I mean, she does have medical records, she is being treated. It would be not unreasonable to suggest that one of her treating mental health professionals sort of weigh in and give us an opinion about whether or not she's fit to practice. I think we did that on a hearing last month. And it might be appropriate to do that in this case again, if the board sees fit to grant her technician registration.
Mr. Brown, do you have anything final to say to the board?
No, well, at my last visit with my psychiatrist and my, the social worker, they both disclosed and claimed that the psychiatrist never even had, depression on my file, on his end as his initial diagnosis. And for my social worker, I did a test every time I went in, and she removed depression from my file on her end at my 2 appointments ago. So that would have been the end of May. So that is no longer something that is on my file. And I think it helps to know that sometimes you kind of let these words and these diagnoses define you. And I won't let that happen. And I do feel very confident about their decisions.
Thank you.
Can I ask her a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you be willing to get a letter from your psychiatrist stating that you're fit?
Yes, I spoke with my social worker and psychiatrist about the hearing. My psychiatrist did say that my social worker will know me better and will have more say if a statement needs to be made, but I'm sure he will. If you need it from the medical doctor, then I can ask him. But I know my social worker will probably be able to gauge or have a more accurate statement since I see her every other Thursday.
Okay, thank
So
you.
whatever I need to do, I can.
Just looking through the record, I see visits with psychologists, I see therapists, surgical oncologist. Dr. Catlin, is that?
Yes, he's the resident that I see at UAMS. They rotate, so I'll have another doctor in 3 months, but they deemed me stable enough that I don't actually have to see him or anyone for another 3 months regarding my medicine check. But yes, Dr. Catlin was the one,
What kind of doctor is he?
the psychiatrist,
So he is a.
the resident psychiatrist. Yes, sorry,
Has your licensed social worker been consistent?
very.
Have you seen the same social worker?
Yes,
much more
yes, that doesn't
consistently?
rotate. So
Okay.
yes, that is.
Okay.
Are we ready to go off the record for deliberation? Sure. At this time, we will go off the record for the board's deliberations and a decision regarding the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and or any penalties to be handed down. Once the board reaches a decision, we will go back on the record. We're off the record at this time.
All right. Anybody want to kick it off? Go ahead.
Also approving the application, contingent on getting the clearance from the social worker.
So this is from 5/31, which is like last week.
Last week, yeah.
And it's from a psychiatrist, and it says that, you know, intellectual level above average, thought process is logical and goal-oriented, judgment is good, her mood and affect is good. They talked about that she was nervous about this, but she was coping with that well, like to me. And they don't want to see her back for 3 months, so I don't need.
I'll retract mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with giving her a technician permit, given the information that we have in front of us. I don't think that I need to
That's a
see,
week ago, but.
yeah, I don't need to see anything else. That's just my opinion.
Amy? You good, Rodney? Amy?
Good.
I didn't skip you.
You did.
I was coming
I
back.
did, sorry.
You had a mouth.
I did.
What do y'all think, gentlemen? All right. Your Honor, we're ready to go back on the record.
At this time, we'll go back on the record for the board's decision.
Like to entertain a motion?
In the case of Jasmine Brown, case number 2023-056. I move that the board receive the record from this hearing for its information and approve her application.
Second.
Wait, we need to find the allegations.
Yeah, let me do that. All right. See, what's the name here?
I'm gonna need to prepare an order for this because it's a formal hearing. So I wouldn't really know how to write that order unless we find these allegations true and charges proven. I'm just throwing it out there.
Okay, then I'll
You want to remake the motion?
amend that motion. to
Or
say-
let me just say that you could also dismiss this case.
We were saying that the motion could be to dismiss the case.
Yes, if you want to do that.
That's
If
right.
we do that, what happens to her application?
We approve it.
It's the administrative denial will be not upheld. So then we would go and improve her application will be approved by that action.
So we have a motion to dismiss. We have a second.
Second.
Anybody else have anything to add to this? All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make her attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Good luck.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Makes it easy.
We have that in our pocket and we use that a lot more.
Yeah.
How she did that?
I think so.
Ms. Winston,
Yeah, we're gonna.
okay.
Yeah, no, that's
If we
fine.
hold it down, then you. can
Okay.
breathe in.
Let's go on the record. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm the hearing officer today. I'm an assistant attorney general in the criminal division at the Attorney General's office. Today, we're here in the matter of Bianca Winston, case number 2023-055. Today is June 7th, 2023. Everyone, please silence your cell phones at this time. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record? Just hold it until it turns green. There we go.
My name is Bianca Winston.
And are you represented by counsel today?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Sylvester Smith, attorney for the respondent.
Mr. Smith?
Should we turn these off after we're speaking?
Yes. And if at any time you do not understand the proceedings, please let me know. Did you receive, Mr. Smith, did your client receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing concerning today's matter?
Yes, sir, we did.
And are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir, we are.
And board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
My name's Ashley Bales. I'm the general counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
For the benefit of those present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please advise me and we will take a break. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can just say yes. They are.
I do, sorry.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. And do we have any preliminary matters or exhibits to enter into evidence today? Board counsel.
Yes, I have exhibits in this matter, exhibits 1 through 19. Those have been shared with opposing counsel and they're on the board members' tablets. And I also have a motion after that.
Okay, and does the respondent have any objections to the exhibits?
No.
Without objection, those will be admitted as exhibits 1 through 19. And your motion?
I just asked the board members to take judicial notice of the Arkansas applicable laws on pharmacy and our rules, and those are specifically listed in the order of notice of hearing
Thank you,
that are
counsel.
applicable.
And respondent, do you have any exhibits to enter into evidence today?
I have one. It's a letter from Ms. Robinson, who also happens to be here.
If you could bring those up.
Multiple copies.
Okay, if you could bring them up to the desk. Yeah, just stick the first. Be fine. R1, okay. Thank you. And does board counsel have any objection to exhibit R1?
No objection.
Without objection, it'll be admitted as R1 and published to the board. Need more copies. Do we need another copy?
We can share.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Do you have any other motions or preliminary matters at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. Board counsel, are you ready to proceed?
Yes,
Would either of you like to make opening statements
I'll waive opening.
and respond to counsel?
You know what? You guys have had a long day, so I'll waive opening and I'll focus on, but I would like to have a closing when we're all done.
Absolutely. All right, you may call your first board counsel.
Called Dr. Brenda McCready.
Let the record reflect that the witness has already been sworn.
Dr. McCready, the board staff has administratively denied applicant Bianca Winston's application to work as a pharmacy tech. Can you tell, there's several reasons why that is, and they're outlined in the allegations, but can you briefly tell the board members those and why they caused concern and a denial of the application?
We received the application on February 23rd of 2023. On the application, there is a question about whether you've been arrested and charged with, and Ms. Winston did say or did check yes to those questions. So when that happens, we have them do a request for waiver and we ask for a statement. We run the criminal background, and when that comes back, we get a waiver. We ask for a statement. We asked for a statement. Ms. Winston sent in a statement. When we got that statement, it did not address all of her criminal history. So Christie had to ask again for an additional statement. And so she was not real forthcoming with the information when we asked her to provide us with the information. The information we received was that on or about May 2nd of 2006, she was arrested and charged by Jacksonville Police Department with domestic battery in a third-degree misdemeanor. The charge stemmed from a physical altercation with the child's father. That was ultimately dismissed. On or about March 13th, 2011, she was charged with criminal contempt for failure to pay fines and court costs. She had a balance of $495, which had not been paid. On March 24th, 2021, she was convicted and fined an additional $225 with 18 days in jail to be served in lieu of payment plus 10 days. On or about December 12th of 2012, she was arrested and charged with domestic battery in the second degree, which in Arkansas is a C felony. The victim was her 5-year-old daughter who was injured. She pled no contest to the charge and received 5 years probation and $1,500 in fines and court costs. She completed the probation on May 6th of 2018. The board staff just felt like, because one more, my apologies, I didn't go to the next page. A6, on or about March 26th of 2022, she was arrested and charged by Jacksonville Police Department with criminal trespass for refusing to leave a residence of a family member with whom she had a no contact order. She was convicted on July 8, 2022, and was sentenced to $275 in fines and court costs with 10 days of jail time suspended. The board staff felt like, because of the multitude of incidences and the fact that she was not forthcoming each time we had one of our staff members contact her and say we need a statement, that the staff could not approve the application.
And Dr. McCready, and this is addressed in allegation A7 with regard to the battery charge, felony battery charge involving her daughter as the victim. When the board staff looked at her statement that she made regarding that charge and compared it to the initial police report, did the staff in reviewing that find some discrepancies that just didn't add up?
We did.
Okay. And some of those would be how the child got injured. What the statement indicates that she was intervened in a physical altercation, whereas the police report indicates that it was sort of discipline that got out of hand. Is that your recollection in reviewing?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And because she had to be prompted several times to update her statements, including all of the charges, is that why board staff concluded that she wasn't being forthcoming or truthful about her criminal history?
Yes.
And yeah, that's all the questions I have for Dr. McCready.
And respondent, do you have any questions for Dr. McCready?
Sure. Dr. McCreary, correct me, I'm flipping to the correct tab. Tab 7, that is the request for waiver, correct?
That is correct.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but a request for waiver is only filed by a person who has some criminal background, right?
That is a request for waiver that we ask for when we receive an application and it has criminal background. If you notice that the application was received on February 23rd, there was not a waiver requested until she was contacted by the board stating that she had criminal background.
And which tab is the application in? That's
The
tab
tab
6,
is
right?
tab number 6, yes, sir.
And correct me if I'm wrong, in the application, she disclosed that she had criminal background.
He did disclose she had criminal background.
Okay, and so she discloses she has criminal background, yes?
Correct.
And then she's directed by staff to fill out a request for waiver, correct?
Correct.
And then that is in Exhibit 7.
Correct.
And Exhibit 7, she checks the marked felony, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and she then provided information on March 1st, which is in tab 8, right?
That's correct.
And then the staff again, and I want to be really clear, I used to serve on the Arkansas State Real Estate Commission. The staff went above and beyond on this with Ms. Winston. She supplemented that by providing additional information, correct?
She did provide additional information after she was contacted by staff.
Sure. All right. And so, ma'am, how long have you been in the regulatory space?
I actually was a director of pharmacy with Harvest Foods and I did all of their regulatory pharmacy laws, regulations since, well, from 1988 until 2000 and
So long time.
long time.
And so you would agree that some people, they just flat out lie about their criminal history, don't they, ma'am?
Sometimes.
And that, you know, people who try to hide something or trying to hide all of it, they don't denote on their applications that they have criminal background, right? You have that happen, don't you?
I would say most of the time when you ask for a statement, they tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question I asked, ma'am.
Ask the question again, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So you have this application that says, do you have criminal background? Yes?
Yes, and I have answered that she did say yes on that.
All right. And there are some people that have criminal background that check no.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. She's not one of those people.
She did check yes.
All right. Now, you testified that one of your big problems is that this December 2012 incident, her version that she provided you didn't jive with what's in the police report, right?
Correct.
And you've been doing this long enough to know how police reports are made, right?
I have not had very many police reports written on myself, but I've
You've reviewed
read them.
many of them.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so you would agree that the way a police report works is the officer interviews all the people that are there when something happens, right?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay. And if the officer themselves weren't present, then they have to rely on the statements of the people who were, right?
They rely on the statements and the situation at hand, yes.
Sure. And so sometimes people lie about what happened, do they not, ma'am?
I'm sure they do.
Okay. And ma'am, there's nothing in the police report that suggests that the officer himself observed the incident that's related to this, correct?
It says is that he clearly noted there were belt marks on Brianna's face, chest, across her shoulders, and upper left arm.
Yeah, so it doesn't say he saw Brianna get hit.
It does not.
Okay, all right. And so the point that I'm making, ma'am, is you weren't there either, were you?
I was not.
Okay, so you don't know what happened.
I only know what the police report says.
All right, exactly. So,
Let's also state that Ms. Winston stated she was disciplining Brianna when the injuries occurred.
okay, fair enough. But you weren't there, were you? Okay, so you don't know what happened.
I do not.
So you cannot say for certain that the version that she provided you in her supplement is untrue.
I can say that it did not match the police report that we received.
All right, ma'am. And you've been doing this for 20 years, right? And so you know that in the criminal justice system that we have in the United States of America, people cannot be convicted based upon what's in the police report, right?
I'm not a lawyer, but I would think not.
Okay, all right. So I'll move on. Now, with regard to the misdemeanors, would you agree that a lot of these issues happened a decade or more ago?
They are old charges, correct?
Is it common for people to not remember everything that happened to them a decade or more ago?
Possibly. I've never been arrested, so I can't say whether I would forget that or not.
No, that's fair enough. All right. That's all I have.
Questions from the board?
I have some redirect.
Redirect. Go ahead.
Dr. McCready, did you in reviewing this application find it concerning the number of charges over the years, maybe showing some sort of pattern of unlawful behavior?
Mr. Hearing Officer, I would ask that opposing counsel not lead the witness.
Leading is not a proper objection in the course of an administrative hearing. The rules of evidence don't apply, so I can only rule out evidence if it is irrelevant, overly cumulative, or privileged. So overruled.
Thank you.
I'll let you go ahead and answer that question then based on the judge's ruling.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Were you concerned over the number of charges, maybe showing a pattern of unlawful behavior over several years?
I was concerned, and I will explain just a little bit of when we receive an application, if there's criminal history on there and it's very old, we may look at it and say, you know, this happened 10 or 12 years ago. And we may go ahead as staff and approve the application based on what board guidance has given us. But when there is a repetitive list of different things, and one of them is very recent, then the board does look at whether there's a history or a pattern.
And that was part of your concern in making the administrative denial.
Yes, it was.
And with regard to the felony battery charge, does Arkansas law allow the license or registration to be denied based on that offense as it relates to an offense against a family member?
Yes, it does. Any felony listed under 17-3-102, offense against the family as prohibited in 526-303 and 526-306.
I don't have anything else for Dr. McCready.
Brief cross, if I may. Ma'am, you brought up a couple of incidences, but it's correct that most of those are misdemeanors, right?
They were misdemeanors,
And none of them involve drug abuse, right?
not to my knowledge.
None of them involve drug possession, right?
Not to my knowledge.
None of them involve theft of property, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And two of them were incidents involving family members, right?
There were.
And in both of those instances, there was a Michael Wilson that was present, right?
I don't know the name of the person that was present.
All right, so you don't know that Michael Wilson wasn't present.
I do not know the name of the person that was present.
Fair enough. And so if I told you that Michael Wilson was the grandfather of her child, you can't refute that, can you?
You know,
Fair enough. Question about this public policy issue. Do you have any understanding of why the legislature wants to prohibit people who have family issues from getting a pharmacy technician license?
I do not. I just go by what the Arkansas law tells us, what we review, and in our Pharmacy Practice Act, we have things that prevent people from getting licenses. And there's also a thing that says when a felony listed that the person that has been found guilty or pled guilty or nolo contendere in a criminal proceeding, regardless of whether or not the adjudication of guilt or sentence is withheld by the court of this state, another state, or the federal government for any felony listed.
Right. I'd like to read a couple of those, and you let me know if I've read them right. Capital murder. Is that right? Is that one of them?
I don't know, sir.
I can give you the list. Well, if I tell you the capital murder is the first one, do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree or agree.
All right. Murder in the first degree, manslaughter, negligent homicide, kidnapping, false imprisonment. All those sound right? Okay, fair enough. I'll move on.
Questions from the board?
Those findings report costs related to allegation number 3, which occurred 5 years ago. Was there something else in here?
I believe that's related to the previous charge. I don't think she had any intervening criminal charges between the 2006 and 2011. So that would have been a failure to meet those obligations from that 2006 charge. We do. No, we get a federal background check and an Arkansas ACIC check.
Can we? If we could primarily direct our questions to the witness on currently on call, that would be helpful for the record. Thank you.
We do get both a state and a federal background check.
But for the record, I have no objection to the board asking Ms. Vale's questions if they find it helpful.
No,
I thought you were looking at me. Together.
thank you.
I want you
Kinda hard
guys
to
to have
tell.
whatever information you need to make your decision.
Any other questions from the board for this witness? Go ahead.
Could you explain the way the general process works when you as staff see that there is some criminal conviction on an applicant's record? What are the steps that you go through and how does the board get involved in that?
The application comes into the Board of Pharmacy. It is processed by the young lady out front. She runs the criminal background checks. Whatever information comes back, if there's nothing on the background, she issues the permit. If it comes back with issues, criminal issues on the background or any of the issues that are listed on the application, if you notice on the application, it asks questions about mental health, drug abuse, criminal convictions, et cetera, then she will forward those on to me. I will look at them if, like I said, if I look at one and it's got a charge that's from 2002, most likely I'll still go see the attorney and say, this is an old charge. I don't see an issue with this. Do you see an issue? And we will issue the permit. If there's an issue with the criminal background and I left out a step, I'm sorry, Christy will ask them for a statement. And that statement will come with the application to me so I can read their statements. I can look at the criminal background information, the police reports, whatever we have. And then I will take it to general counsel and say, I'm not comfortable with issuing this. I feel like this is multiple charges. One is very recent. And then we bring it to the board to let the board look at, to make the decision.
Let me hone in on that just a second. Let's assume you get an application, you've checked it out, and there is a conviction that clearly fits one of the disqualifying elements. Now, if nothing else were done, the result, I presume, would be that person is disqualified from.
That would be the staff denial.
Okay, so, but when it comes to the board, what's happening at that point?
If the staff makes a denial, then the applicant has the option to appeal that denial. It comes back to the attorney and she schedules it for a board hearing.
I'm sorry, she says what?
And she schedules it for the board hearing.
And what decision is it the board makes at that point? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, the board is going to make a decision on whether they're going to grant the permit or not. If they feel like the criminal history or the issues that we bring before the board are disqualifying, they make the decision not to issue a license. They make a decision to ask for additional information. They may defer, if it's a drug issue, they may defer them to a support group, that type of thing. The board, once the staff feels like it's not something that we can make the decision on, it comes to the board that's been appointed by the governor to make the decision on whether somebody can receive the license or not.
Among other decisions, the board does have the ability to waive that criminal conviction as a disqualification.
They do. That's the point of the waiver.
And that is not something that is in your purview as a board, as a staff for the agency to determine.
It is not.
So that's what brings us here today.
That is
Thank
correct.
Having heard board members' questions, does council have any additional questions
No, I do not.
and responded?
None from the respondent.
This time, the board's witness is dismissed. And do you have any other witnesses at this time?
No, we rest.
Responded. Mr. Smith, do you have any witnesses to call
Yes,
at this
Lindsay
time?
Robinson.
Ms. Robinson, let the record reflect that the witness has already been sworn in. Go ahead.
It takes a lot of holding.
Oh, yeah, hold it down for a little bit. And let go.
You know what?
No, lift your finger.
Trade with me.
Very sorry about that. My name is Lindsay Robinson. I am the ESM at the Walgreens that Ms. Winston has worked
If you,
at.
Let me ask you some questions.
if you'll wait, let's let the responding counsel ask you some questions, and then if you'll speak, that's okay. If you'll just speak loudly so that we can be sure that the court reporter can get everything that you say. Okay,
Just a little closer to you.
pull it up
Yes, sir.
and speak as if you're trying to speak to me, not to your counselor there at the end of the table, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just state your name for the record.
Lindsay Robinson.
And I'm gonna have to ask you to talk to us like you're yelling at your 2-year-old. If you have one, I don't know. Can you guys hear her? I'm gonna make sure. Oh, I'm so sorry. They can hear you.
Okay.
I guess it doesn't project over here. What is your occupation?
I'm the emerging store manager at Walgreens.
Which Walgreens?
Walgreens on West Markham.
Okay. And how long have you worked for Walgreens?
Oh, geez. At least 10 years, I think.
Okay. And in your occupation, do you have knowledge of Miss Winston?
Yes, I've had the pleasure of working with Miss Winston for a few months now, maybe about 6 months, I think.
Okay. Do you supervise her?
Yes, I am her supervisor.
Okay. What kind of employee is she?
Energetic. She's a very energetic employee, which was part of the reason we actually put her for this position. She's pretty detail oriented, and the position is an IS position, which requires a person that will pay attention to every detail, keep track of stock, keep track of items, and also be able to answer questions for customers on what we do and don't have.
Okay. Well, can you explain what IS is? I mean, they may know. They're in pharmacy. I don't.
I'm so sorry. IS means inventory specialist.
Okay. And as an inventory specialist, what part of the store would she be working in?
She will be working mainly in the front of the store, but she will also have to work in pharmacy because to truly watch your inventory, you can't just watch the back stock. You also have to pay attention to the medicine stock as well. Inventory specialist tries to keep the whole store, as we call it at Walgreens, one box together.
And so would she basically be counting pills and pill bottles? I mean, what would she be doing with regard to these pharmaceutical items?
Well, it wouldn't be so much counting pills, but she will be keeping a stock of the bottles and things that we get in because we do receive orders for medicine. We do have a person who does it in pharmacy, but the inventory specialist is a second step to do it as well. This is to double check we are receiving everything accurately. We are putting in the information accurately. It's kind of like a fail safe to make sure all numbers are correct.
Okay, but she wouldn't be counting pills for customers or anything like that.
No, that's not what an inventory specialist would do. It's just to ensure the stock in the back of the company and in the front of the company.
Do you have any, you've heard about her background. Does that give you any concern about her employment as her boss?
No, because I haven't seen anything to reflect that. As long as I've been working with her, I haven't heard anything to reflect that, to be honest. Had I not heard this today, I wouldn't believe that she's had a violent background. She is energetic and very outspoken and the customers like her, but I haven't seen violence from her. So I wouldn't have ever thought that.
Does she show up on time?
Yes,
Does she do what she's
up.
asked?
She shows up on time or early, depending on how much work to do. She does as she asks because she takes it very seriously.
Now, in her current job, what is her current title?
She is a IS, however,
Okay,
inventory specialist, I'm sorry. However, she is not a complete inventory specialist because until you have a license, you cannot enter the pharmacy under any circumstances. So she is a inventory specialist in training.
okay. Prior to being an inventory specialist in training, what did she do?
Oh, she was a shift lead.
Okay, what are the responsibilities of a shift lead, just briefly?
A shift lead is a person that leads the team and they only work in the front of the store. However, they work with the team members directly to give instructions to the customer service associates and pretty much count down the money, make sure all the money is accurate, works the
So
safe.
let me, because they've got one more behind us. Has any
Sorry.
money come missing on her watch?
No, we wouldn't have promoted her if it had.
Okay, so you found her to be honest.
Yes, sir.
I passed the witness.
Court
Miss-
counsel.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson, you are the emerging store manager.
Yes.
And so did you hire, were you the hiring official for Miss Winston?
No, she was already a shift lead when I got there.
Okay. And you are a registered pharmacy technician?
Yes.
And
I
how
am
long have you
registered.
been registered?
Oh, wow. I honestly don't remember how long. When I first joined, I was an assistant manager and they had me sign up for technician, I think within the first year, but I don't remember when and I don't want to lie.
Do shift leaders at Walgreens have to have a pharmacy technician license?
It is not mandatory, but we do encourage it because our back can get very busy. So if a person who is a shift leader wants to work pharmacy, we encourage them to get a license.
Okay. But you can be a shift leader without having a technician registration?
you can.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that if she were given her license and be promoted into this new position, she would handle counting drugs. Can you explain what you mean by that?
So it has an inventory specialist. That means you help with receiving anything that comes to the store, which includes medicine receiving. So she will be responsible for making sure the inventory is accurate.
And what medicines are you referring to, the medicines that are behind the pharmacy counter?
Yes.
Okay. And are you here on behalf of the store or are you here as a personal reference for Miss Winston?
On behalf of the store.
Redirect. Questions from the board?
No question.
No questions? Anything else for this witness, either side?
I have one more question for Miss Robinson, if I could.
Yes, ma'am.
So going back to the counting of the drugs, how do those come in? Tell me that process, I guess, from the beginning of when they come into the store. What happens with
They
those?
come in specialty totes, which are taken straight to the pharmacy. And there is someone in pharmacy who counts in the totes and double checks the totes to make sure everything on that list actually was received.
And who is that person that does that?
Right
What is their
now,
title?
right now, the person doing it is the RXOM, which is I don't remember what that exactly stands for, but it's pretty much the manager, the assistant manager of the pharmacy.
And are they licensed?
Oh, yes.
What license are they required to have?
I know they have a tech license, but I believe they have more licenses than that because they have a lot of things they can do in the pharmacy. Unfortunately, I do not know all their licenses.
That's not some of your work duties?
No.
No, okay. So the person that you're talking about there, are they considered an inventory specialist?
They're a leader in pharmacy. They do any and everything back there outside of what the pharmacist does.
Okay, but that's separate position from an inventory
Yes, the
specialist?
inventory specialist does mainly front of the store. The only thing they do in pharmacy is count. That person does everything pharmacy.
All right, I don't have any other questions. It's in the record. I don't know where I heard it.
Did you have anything else? May the witness step down?
Yeah.
Thank you. And you may call your next.
Yes, briefly, I call my client, Ms. Winston.
Let the record reflect that Ms. Winston has been sworn.
Would you state your name for the record?
Yes, Bianca Winston.
Ms. Winston, what is your current occupation?
I currently right now am an inventory specialist for Walgreens in training.
Okay. And ma'am, for you to retain that position, do you need the license you're seeking today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
How old?
I have a 16-year-old,
Now, what's her name?
Brianna Wilson.
Where does she live?
She does stay in the home with me.
Okay. And so this is the same child from the conviction, is it not?
Yes, sir.
How do the two of you get along?
Wonderfully.
Okay. So let's back up. I want to be mindful of the board's time, but I want to make sure we get them all the information they need. You applied for this permit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you saw the application?
Yes, I do.
Ma'am, did the application ask you to provide some information about any criminal background?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what did you put on there about having a criminal background?
I checked yes for having a criminal background. And then after that, I went on and got the paperwork that I needed from the the probation board, which had, of course, the date that I started and the date that I ended and what my charges were, and of course, the fine that I had to pay.
Okay, now, let the record reflect, I'm pointing to Exhibit 7. What's the main thing you checked there?
I checked that I did have a felony.
Okay. And why did you focus on the felony?
Because the felony was one of my biggest charges, and it was my most serious charge out of the past charges that I occurred.
Okay. Ma'am, did you talk to me when you were filling this out?
No.
Did you talk to any attorney?
No, I did not.
And so based upon your knowledge, did you provide everything you thought you were supposed to provide?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now, you were later, you sent this Exhibit 8 in. Can you explain to the board the communication you were trying to share?
I was trying to share my story of what happened and basically the important details that I felt that needed to be put out there.
Okay. And were you trying to deceive anybody, ma'am?
No, I wasn't.
Now, let me ask you this, because again, I want to be mindful of the board's time. The main thing that happened is your daughter got hurt, did she not?
Yes, she did.
Now, ma'am, in your version in Exhibit 8, do you deny that that you contributed to that injury?
I don't deny it.
Okay. All right. And ma'am, I mean, is this something you're proud of that your child got hurt?
No, I'm not. It was a young mother making a mistake as far as disciplining was concerned.
And then after the discipline happened, did your child's grandfather show up?
Yes, he did.
And what happened between you and your child's grandfather at that time?
We got into a verbal altercation, which later led to a physical altercation.
All right. And when you stated that your child got injured during that physical altercation, is that also true?
Yes, but the detectives did not put that in the report. My daughter got injured in the midst of trying to get in between me and her grandfather.
Okay. And so when you said that she got injured that way, were you lying?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Did you deny to the board that you whipped her with a belt that night? Did you deny that?
No, I haven't.
Okay. All right. Now, with regard to these previous misdemeanors, most of which are like 10 years ago, did you have any intent, ma'am, to keep that from the board?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Now, what happened in this most recent deal with you and Mr. Wilson, your child's grandfather? That's your most recent misdemeanor.
The no trespass order was my daughter needed to be picked up. Long story short, I was given directions to please not come over there, and all I wanted was my daughter. So I called Jacksonville Police Department to meet me at his residence. And when I got there, they told me that I wasn't supposed to be there because there was a no trespass order on me. Her grandfather had no idea that there was a no trespass order still active, but it was. And he did go to court with me on my behalf to say that it was a misunderstanding because I'm the one that called the police. So had I known, ladies and gentlemen, I would have never even sat there to wait for the police to put a charge on me that I had no idea I was going to get. And that's just kind of common sense. If I knew, I would have never sat there and waited and didn't know my destiny. So it was a misunderstanding. He did speak on my behalf and the situation is diffused and all fines are paid.
Now, let me ask you this, going back to 2006, when you've had these issues with law enforcement, did you accept responsibility for your actions?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay the penalties?
Yes, I did.
How are you and Mr. Michael getting along now?
We get along. We do have an up and down relationship because we are human. But his son decided to step down many years ago as a father. So his father stepped up. So there's no relationship that's perfect, but we have been successful with raising a beautiful 16-year-old young lady who was on the honor roll at Jacksonville High School, and she also is working.
And Michael Wilson was going to be here today, was he not?
Yes, he was. He had surgery here recently, so he is resting. He just also recently told me that they found out that he had cancer. So that is why he has not been here today. I totally understood. And
that's okay, because I want to. So last question, ma'am, if you get this license, can the board trust you to be a good steward of it and to be honorable and a good member of this pharmacy community?
Yes, sir. I personally feel that my passion contradicts my future. And I definitely feel that if I have a chance, I can show that I can go forward with the pharmaceutical technician license. I've proven myself at my own job. I wouldn't have gotten a promotion if I wasn't capable of doing the job that they gave me to do. And I just want a chance to prove that. And everybody deserves a second chance. Some people get third or fourth chances, but me personally, I push that behind me and I'm ready to move forward. And this young lady right here, my store manager, gave me that opportunity and I want to go forward with the opportunity.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Just a few questions.
Questions from the board?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a few
Questions from the board,
if I
counsel?
could. So with regard to this incident happened last spring
Yes, ma'am.
involving a family member, is your daughter's grandfather, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and there's a no contact order between you two. How was that put in place?
You said it no, back in 2006.
I'm not sure when it was, but the records reflect you had a no contact order with your child's grandfather, and then the incident happened and you stayed there and you essentially got arrested. So why was there a no contact order?
Of course, once again, it has not been an easy journey trying to co-parent with the father of my child. Me and him used to go back and forth a lot. So his dad felt like a no contact order would be good for the both of us. And he basically was going to be, he felt that it was good for the time, at the time when he did put it up, because me and his son were going back and forth a lot.
Okay, so that no contact order was issued by a judge at some point that obviously agreed and felt that you needed to be separated.
No, he actually went to the police department from my understanding and
Okay.
went and got it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you were not aware of that at the time you were arrested?
He said that he wasn't aware that it was still even going on. I was aware of it in the past, but he even told police that he was not aware that it was still an active no contact order. He
All right.
didn't know.
So you went to court, like your attorney said, took responsibility and pled guilty for violation of that order. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, because technically I did, even though he did testify on my behalf. Of course, the judge said the law is the law, so I did have to pay a fine.
Okay. And your attorney also alluded that you took care of all of your responsibilities, but you did have that contempt charge back in 2011. You're not disagreeing with that you didn't pay off everything you were supposed to do
during the time you were supposed to do
I
it?
was having some financial issues, of course, being a single parent and struggling with a felony on my record. Jobs around that time were not very giving as far as pay was concerned. So yes, I did have a problem paying fines.
And why in the application process did you not just come clean with everything from your criminal history? Why is it that you sort of, these statements regarding different charges had to be prompted by staff and sort of trickled in over several months? Why, what was your reasoning behind that?
Just to make it clear, I didn't really receive a lot of phone calls from your office to prompt me to send anything. I actually called in and came up here on my own to see what I further needed to do. And then as far as why was I not transparent? Because that was almost 11 to 12 years ago. And to try to think back on some of the details that happened, I'm not going to lie to you, when you're trying to push things back in your past and you just want to really forget about them. I don't really remember a lot of the full details. I remember the majority of the details, but not full details.
All right, that's all I have.
From the board?
Question?
We rest.
Hearing none and respondent rests. At this time, we'll go to closing arguments. Board counsel.
As Dr. McCready previously testified, board staff was concerned about the numerous criminal charges, some of those charges involving violence, others involving failing to abide by court orders. One of those offenses, that felony battery charge, which she received 5 years probation for, is a deniable offense. That's why we brought the case in front of you today.
Respondent.
Yes, just very briefly. First of all, thank you for your time. I served for 10 years on the Arkansas Real Estate Commission by appointment of Governor Mike Huckabee. And so I understand the decision you have to make. And I hope that you'll be open-minded and consider the fact that the statute says may, not shall. It says you may deny. It doesn't say you shall deny. So you have the power here to give this young woman an opportunity to continue to advance herself professionally and continue to support her family. One of the things that we were very mindful of when I was on the Real Estate Commission is anything about some violence. Because in real estate, you're in a home alone with a person. We don't want violent people. A violent incident did occur, but I think that was, first of all, more than a decade ago. And secondly, it was a situation with her child's grandfather in a family situation that got out of hand. And if you denote the most recent incident, also an incident with the child's grandfather that got out of hand, it's very unlikely that Michael Wilson is going to be trolling the halls of Walgreens looking for trouble with this young woman. She's also told you that she's looking to turn over a new leaf. I believe she's demonstrated that. And so for those reasons, we would ask you to give her this opportunity. But finally, I just want to say, we look at this list of crimes that you may prohibit someone from getting a license for. I mean, the first one is murder, capital murder, negligent homicide, manslaughter, kidnapping, robbery, aggravated robbery, rape. I mean, these are serious offenses that I think we would all agree that people probably should not be working in this industry. We're talking about an incident that happened, a domestic incident with a family member that's probably the worst day of her life. And so I would ask you to weigh that against these other crimes that are also in this same statute and grant her this opportunity. I promise you she won't let you down. And we thank you so much for your time.
I have one other sort of
Rebuttal.
The list that counselor's reading off is accurate, but there's also a lot of other offenses on there as well. The charge that Ms. Winston was convicted on is on there. It's violence involving a family member. There's theft. There's lots of charges that are on that. It's a very exhaustive list. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go off the record. Sorry.
Can I ask the council a clarifying question before we go off the record?
We can. Yes, you can.
In the order and notice of hearing, there are 2 A7s.
There shouldn't be two A7s.
So as we're, I mean, are we gonna like, is it
I can-
A7
I
one,
can-
A7 two?
Yeah, let me amend.
I just want to make sure as we go through the allegations and talk about how we're gonna find them.
Yeah,
that-
let me amend A7 that reads after prompted by board staff to A8.
Okay,
And then A8 to A9. And I think that will clear that up. Thank you for pointing that out.
Respondent, do you have any objection to that?
No, yes.
Okay, that'll be amended in the order. All right, at this time, we'll go off the record for deliberations. The deliberations are open to the public to watch, not participate in. So at this time, we'll go off the record for that purpose. Please speak loudly for the recording.
Thank you. Any issues?
I think we heard enough. I think to understand it.
What you done?
We've seen enough of these applications. We don't need a recitation of what the charges are. We know what we're considering. I think the most compelling piece of information that makes me okay with it is the fact that Ms. Robinson showed up and that she wrote this letter in her behalf as a Walgreens supervisor. So I'm okay with it.
The only thing, and I don't know that we need to, but I mean, if we wanted to, we could ask for a letter or something if her role ever changes, just so that we're notified and aware if you think that that's necessary, but I'm also fine with just.
Well, if she gets a tech license, she's got a tech license. She can do whatever is permitted.
Do we have enough to make a motion?
I am not sure what our finding wants to be on A7.
Which one?
First one. I think the rest of them are factual, but I'm not sure that one was necessarily proven.
It is or not.
Okay. And then are we gonna find C1? Are we gonna find that true or not true?
Proven.
Proven.
I mean, we could find all allegations true and charges
Yeah.
proven still.
What if we do the same thing and just dismiss it? We need the finding. You think we need to go through and do the findings on this? one?
Yeah, I do. I agree. Anybody else?
As we've been able to say. Do what we want to do.
Yeah, yeah, we're no denying it. It's just we can still. So anybody wanting to do a motion?
I will.
You got one? All right, Your Honor, we're ready to go back.
All right, we'll go back on the record for the board's decision.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
In the matter of Bianca Winston, applicant for a pharmacy technician permit, case number 2023-055. The board finds allegations A1 through A9 to be true and charge C1 to be proven. Based on those findings, I make a motion that we grant her application for a pharmacy technician permit.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further deliberation on this? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make her attempt service upon all parties. If any party cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you all. You come shake your hand, but you got to.
I think we have 8 more.
So long.
Not that I'm counting.
It's bigger than your walk about it. I should just stand up.
Except for Aaron.
Like, cause I'm so gonna be it.
Okay. Usually they'll just have you skip that whole way.
Thank you for your patience.
We're on the record now. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the state of Arkansas. We're here in the matter of Haley Gregory, case number 2023-066. Today is June 7th, 2023. Please silence your cell phones now, and it's being heard in front of the Board of Pharmacy. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
My name is Haley Gregory.
Okay. And are you represented by counsel today?
Just myself.
Okay. And did you understand that you had the right to counsel today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing concerning today's matter?
Yes.
And are you ready to proceed?
Yep.
Board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
My name's Ashley Bales. I'm General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, so for the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency of the proceedings, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or a board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please tell me and we will take a break in the hearing. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hands to be sworn in.
Me? Oh, sorry.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. Are there preliminary matters or exhibits to be offered into evidence at this time?
Yes, I'd like to offer into exhibits number 1 through 10 in this matter. I have a motion.
And do you have any objections to the exhibits being offered into evidence?
It's important. And I'll just state for clarification, that's the order notice of hearing, the denial letter, and the application that Ms. Gregory submitted to the board collectively.
Do you have any objections
Yes. About
to
The-
admitting these into evidence?
I wanted to deny I'm sorry.
Are you saying that you're wanting to deny what the allegations are for today?
Yes, and try to get,
Okay, so you don't object to these being made
Paper.
evidence. It's
I'm
just her
sorry.
case that she's presenting.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay, without objections, those will be admitted into evidence as exhibits 1 through 10. Do you have any evidence that you'd like to admit today?
I have just copies of me proving that I paid all of my fines off.
Okay,
Um,
bring them forward.
my statement,
Okay. Thank you. You have stickers. Okay.
Okay, so where is that? The first, well, all of these documents have already been submitted. They're under tab number 6.
Okay.
One of them is the District Court of Benton County West, it's called Defendant History Detail Report. And that's under tab 6 in the, on the tablet and in the book. And the next sheet is also already an exhibit under, well, the next sheet is already exhibit under tab 6. It shows that she paid off all her fines and court costs. And then this last document that she's presented has already been submitted under tab 7.
Okay, so those are already into evidence.
Yes.
All right, so there'll be
No objection, obviously.
there'll be no need to enter those again into evidence because they're already there. All right, and your motion, board counsel.
I just asked board members to take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and rules governing this case, which are outlined in the order of notice of hearing.
All right, do we want to make opening statements or do we just want to go right to your cases?
I'll waive opening and just call Dr. McCready.
Okay, and would you like to just wait to make your statement or would you like to make a short opening statement at this time?
I would like to.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, it was obviously a mistake I did right out of high school. I've grown, I've chose to do a better life, and now I want to further my career for my 2 kids.
Thank you. Counsel, are you ready to proceed?
Call Dr. McCready. Did we swear her in?
Did you swear?
I don't know.
Yeah, we did.
I swear a lot.
I think we're good. Let
Okay.
the record reflect that the witness has been sworn in.
Okay. Dr. McCready, and for the board members, please tell them why the staff administratively denied Ms. Gregory's pharmacy tech registration application.
We received the application on December 8th of 2022. When we received the application, she checked that she had been found guilty in civil or criminal proceedings, although she said it was when she was 18. When we ran the criminal background check, and when she sent us her statement, she disclosed that she had actually her statement disclosed that she had a drug paraphernalia charge. But actually the court documents that are under tab number 6 show that she had a possession of controlled substance charge, which she pled guilty to. She had a possession of drug paraphernalia, which was null pros, and then a failure to appear, which is a class A misdemeanor, which she was also found guilty of. And because of the controlled substance possession and the guilty plea or the guilty finding, we had to bring her in before.
And if you look back on tab 6, exhibit 6, at the court record, at the very top, it says her age. What age does it say she
It says
was?
age 24.
Okay. Anything else that, let me look at that. Okay. So with regard to the application, Ms. Gregory checked yes, that she has possessed, used, distributed, controlled substance or prescription drug. Answered yes to that first question, but the other question, has she been cited, arrested, or charged with or convicted of a criminal offense What did she mark on that question?
Put no on that question.
Anything else, that you have not testified to that you wanted to add or present to the board? And what is the significant, let me ask you one more question. What's the significance of the marijuana charge when working, in a pharmacy?
I think everybody's aware now that we actually do have medical marijuana in the state of Arkansas. There is a caveat in the law with medical marijuana that you cannot work in a safety sensitive position and possess a marijuana card, which means if you are in a technician position is a safety sensitive position, which means you may either have a medical marijuana card or you may work in a pharmacy. Although there's not a question here of a medical marijuana card, there's still a question of the use of marijuana versus working in a safety conscious position.
Thank you. That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask the witness? Board members? Yes, sir. The witness may step down. Do you have anything further, board
We
counsel?
rest.
Okay, Ms. Gregory, at this time, it's your chance to make your case. So go ahead and if you'd like to address the board, or do you have any other witnesses that you'd like to present today?
I don't have any witnesses.
Go ahead.
It happened when I was 18. Ever since that happened, I got clean. I had my first daughter. I have not smoked or done anything like that. I've worked at my job now for 5 years. And I just want to further my career in the medical, because that's been my dream for a long time.
Thank you. Board counsel, do you have any questions for this witness?
So the court document said you're 24. Is that, you're saying that's wrong? You were 18?
Yeah, when I called her to get a copy of that to send to you guys, I was 24 because it was in, but it was 2016. You see the charges on here, it says 11/16.
Mm-hmm. So what
I
was
was
the
18.
circumstances? How did you get that possession charge?
I was hanging out with friends and in a parking lot, and that's,
So you were smoking marijuana with friends?
I was the only one smoking, but
Okay.
it was in my possession.
And so how did the police become involved?
I was just in a parking lot and, they came up wondering what was going on. And I was honest and I gave them everything that I had.
And what all did you have?
I had marijuana and I had, I forgot what they're called. That I smoked the marijuana out of. I just gave them my whole bag that I had all my stuff in it.
And how long at that point had you been a marijuana user?
Less than a year.
Okay. And then you said you stopped around the time of the birth of your child?
Yes.
And when was
When I
that?
found out I was pregnant with her, that's when I stopped.
Right. So when was that?
That was February of, I think 17.
Okay. So
I did move to Las Vegas and that was recreational there. So
okay. So you continued to use marijuana when you moved to Las Vegas?
just a little bit, yeah.
Okay. But after this arrest, you continued to use marijuana? Is that a yes?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. And so you've not used any marijuana since 2017?
Right.
And what you said you're working right now in the same job for 5 years. What is that job?
Walmart,
And what do you do for Walmart?
cake decorate,
Okay. And so why do you want your pharmacy tech license?
because I've been wanting to be in the medical field for a long time. And I've been interested in being a pharmacist. And I've really wanted to move on with my career as well and move up.
So have you looked for any jobs as a pharmacy technician yet?
No.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have for this witness.
Board? Want to have any questions for the witness? No, sir. We have no questions for the witness.
Okay. Anything else from the board?
No, I'll waive closing.
Okay, and would you like to make a closing statement?
Nope.
With that, we will go off the record for the board's recess for deliberations and a decision regarding the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and any penalties to be handed down. Once the board reaches a decision, we will go back on the record. And I would note for the record that Dr. Jolly is not present. Thank you.
Anyone want to kick it off? Go ahead, man. Anybody have any problems with what Lenore said? All right, we're ready to go back on.
At this time, we'll go back on. This time we'll go back on the record for the board's decision.
Yes, in the matter of Haley Gregory, applicant, case number 2023-065. We found that allegations A1 through A6 are true. And charges C1 is proven. But we are going to grant this young lady a pharmacy technician license.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Anything else anyone wants to add? Anything further? All right, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make your attempt service upon all parties. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Be careful going home.
Yeah.
I will.
You by yourself or you got somebody?
Yeah. No, I'm by myself. Driving
Okay.
back to Siloam right now.
Okay,
Yep. Thank
Trust
you,
us.
guys.
good luck with your career. We need some pharmacists.
Ma'am? Yeah, that's fine.
How y'all doing?
Doing well, how are you?
Michael Zimmerman.
This is in the blood.
Thank you so much.
No, you're on green.
I'll turn it off if I need to.
Ready? At this time, we'll go on the record. My name is Clayton Orr, and I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the Attorney General's Office. And I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Michael Zimmerman, case number 2023-060, which is to be heard today before the Board of Pharmacy. Today is June 7th, 2023, and I would note for the record that Dr. Jolly is absent. Please silence your cell phones at this time. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
Michael Zimmerman,
Okay. And are you represented by counsel today?
if you consider my boss counsel.
No.
No.
Okay, and did you understand that you have the right to counsel? Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing concerning today's matter?
Yes, I do.
And are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Ashley Vales. I'm General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, and Mr. Zimmerman, you've been present for a number of the hearings, so I'll just hit the high points on today's hearing. The board will base its decision solely on the evidence that you present or the board's counsel presents. This is under the Administrative Procedures Act, so the strict rules of evidence do not apply. I will only grant objections or caution the parties as necessary. And if you have anything in your possession today that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence. Be aware that this proceeding is subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and all parts of the hearing are open to the public. Additionally, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. And if a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please let me know and we will take a break. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses are sworn. And are there any preliminary matters or exhibits to be entered into evidence today?
Yes, I've got exhibits number 1 through 11. I ask that those be admitted into evidence.
Do you have any objections to admitting the exhibits into evidence? Without objection, those will be admitted and published to the board. Do you have any exhibits that you would like to enter into evidence today? Okay, and do either of you want to make a opening statement?
I won't make an opening statement. I would just ask the board to take judicial notice of Arkansas pharmacy laws and our applicable rules, specifically those that are outlined in the order of notice of hearing in this matter. And I'll waive opening beyond that.
Okay,
And I'll wait too.
okay. You may call your first board counsel.
Call Dr. Brenna McCready.
Let the record reflect that the witness has been sworn.
Dr. McCready, what about Mr. Zimmerman's information he provided in his application caused an administrative denial in this matter?
Mr. Zimmerman filled out a pharmacy technician application and we received it on December 20th of 2022. In that application, he checked that he had been cited, arrested, charged, or convicted with a criminal offense in state or federal court. We asked him for a statement. He wrote us a statement, and he had been charged in October of 2000. I'm sorry, first one was July 1st of 2016. He was arrested and charged with possession of marijuana. And then again, he pled guilty to that on October 26th of 2016. On or about October 1st of 2016, he was pulled over on traffic violation and charged and arrested and charged with another possession charge. He pled guilty to that charge on May 19th of 2017. Because of the 2 marijuana convictions, the board staff was unable to actually approve it, and we denied it with a referral to the board after he appealed.
That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Mr. Zimmerman, do you have any questions for the board's witness?
No.
Questions from the board? The witness may step down. Do you have anything further, board's counsel?
No, we rest.
And Mr. Zimmerman, this is your chance to make your case to the board. Do you have any other witnesses that you would like to call today?
Yes, Megan Simmons. She's my boss over at Walgreens.
Okay,
She's
do
store manager.
you want to call her first and ask her some questions and then you make your statement, or the other way around?
Other way around. Let's do
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
So at the time, whenever all this happened, I was really at a bad place in my life, hanging around a bad group of people. And this was all in Texas whenever this all happened. I was young, I was stupid, I made some dumb choices. Ever since I came to Arkansas, I've been trying to, advance my career. And right now I'm the emerging store manager at Walgreens. I can't continue to a store manager position until I have a technician license. It's one of the reasons why, I'm applying for it, because I'm trying to, stay clean and move up the ladder. I think that's it.
Questions from board's counsel?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. Mr. Zimmerman, you've gotten 2 charges for marijuana possession in a matter of 3 months. Tell me on that one in July, what were the circumstances around your arrest?
It's been several years. Is there a county that was?
It's Grandview, Texas Police Department, I think, is the one that arrested you on that one.
I believe I was with my friend Jacob, and
we were sitting, I want to say we were just sitting in my car and we are about to go inside and it was, I believe, somewhat near our neighborhood, but someone had called the police on us because it was a suspicious vehicle just parked out front. We didn't have our lights on or anything. We weren't even actually smoking. We just had weed on us. And a cop came up to the window, wanted to search the car because he could smell it and ended up going to jail for it.
Right, and then like 3 or so months later in October, you were arrested by Johnson County for another possession charge, and I think that was a traffic violation. Can you tell me the circumstances around that one?
Yes, so me, same kid, Jacob, he was my best friend. We were actually driving to Fort Worth to pick up one of my friends because he was, I forget what it's called, whenever he's like 16 and his parents were pretty much signing him away because they didn't want to deal with him. And they were beating him, so we we're going to go pick him up and he was going to stay with us. I was sleeping in the passenger seat at the time. Jacob isn't the smartest of people and was driving and smoking, and I woke up to the police officer with his light in my face. And ended up just saying that, you know, the weed was mine because I didn't want him to go to jail.
And at some point, were you living in your car? I think you said that in your statement.
Yeah, for quite some time. I don't know exactly how long.
Okay. And so you were actively using marijuana, obviously, in 2016. Were you using it daily?
It really depended. It was kind of just based off of who I was hanging around. It wasn't necessarily just because it was a habit like cigarettes. It's kind of like a social thing at the time.
So would it be fair, like once a week you would smoke marijuana?
Yeah, I'd say that.
Is it more than once a week, or is once a week about accurate?
I'd say about once a week.
Okay. And then you pled guilty to both of those charges. Are you still a marijuana user?
No, I haven't smoked in years.
Okay. When do you think you stopped smoking marijuana?
Like 2018, I want to say. I think I moved here around that time.
What caused you to sort of give up the recreational use of marijuana?
Well, I'm tired of living in my car and I'm tired of being in trouble, and I kind of just want some stability, honestly.
And how long have you been in Arkansas?
In like 4 years, 5 years, maybe.
Okay, and you may have said this. How long have you worked at Walgreens?
Actually just past my 2-year mark.
Okay. And you are up for promoting into management position?
So I'm the emerging store manager. For layman's terms, it's pretty much an assistant store manager. And I can't technically stay in this position unless I get a technician license. And I also cannot be promoted any further until I get a tech license because I can't help out back there. And I can't even look, patients' information up to try to resolve issues if I need to because of the way our system works.
And when you applied for your position at Walgreens, did you disclose these criminal history that you had?
Yes.
You told them about the marijuana charges?
Yes.
Nothing else for this witness?
Board? Any questions?
All right. At this time, would you like to call your next witness? Please state your name for the record.
Megan Simmons.
Okay, Megan Simmons, and you can proceed.
I don't know how to go about this, y'all.
I can cross if that would be easier.
Let's do that. If y'all don't mind.
If you wanted just to let her
I was just
start,
gonna say,
and let her start and
I don't really have any specific questions for her. Just kind of just,
I mostly came as a character witness for him.
okay, so why don't you just start with why are you here?
why are you here?
So I've been with Walgreens for 22 years. I am currently a store manager and I have been since 2015. And been all over the country to a bunch of different stores. I got transferred to the store I'm at now in Maumelle in 2021. So 2 years ago, and a week after I got transferred there, the previous store manager had hired him as a cashier. My first actual day there was my day to onboard him, which was fun because I didn't know that. But he just showed himself to be like one of the most remarkable employees. He was dependable. He was very honest and upfront with his history. The fact that he didn't have a high school diploma, the fact that he had a criminal history. He's always been very honest about that. He's carried himself with an air of leadership and respect. And the whole team immediately already respected him and thought he was a member of management. I encouraged him to go into a shift leader role, which he took a while to consider to go into. And he did amazing. He did better than the emerging store manager that I had. He was doing half of her job for her. He is very respectful with the team and he can lead them and get them to do their jobs. The customers adore him. He's the most dependable person I've had in years. And I encouraged him to get his GED, which he worked extremely hard to do. While working 48 hours a week and still, going to school to get his GED, and he passed. I encouraged him to take the ESM role, and in 2 years, he's gone from cashier to emerging store manager. The team is running so much better and smoother since he's been in this role. He works really hard to support the pharmacy as well. So technically, the emerging store manager is only over the front end. And then we have like the RXOM, which they were talking about earlier, the pharmacy operations manager, which is over the pharmacy. And then I'm over all of it. And I encourage my ESMs and shift leaders to have contact in the pharmacy to build that one box, like she had said earlier, but to build that trust with our team, because when they call us and need us, they need to know that we're going to be there. A lot of, if I have a leader that has a license, then they come back there with me and we do some technician duties and I can help train them so that they can support better. He does not have a license. So the most support he can give is put up their bags, help put away their truck, offer to buy them drinks. But that's not enough support. And it's not enough for me to be able to train him on how to lead members in the pharmacy because he's not sure what the tasks are to be able to lead them correctly. He's very eager to learn that and constantly asking questions, very, very curious. And I honestly, regrettably, don't think I'll keep him long because I do think he will be a very good, strong store manager soon. And I know that upper leadership is also very impressed with him and wants him to move forward as well.
Board council questions? Board?
Yes.
Anything else? Anything else from board's council? Okay. And closing arguments.
I'll waive closing as well.
Would you like to make a closing argument?
Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll go off the record for the board's deliberations.
We got a motion? Okay. We're good, sir.
At this time, we'll go back on the record for the board's decision.
We have a motion?
Matter of Michael Zimmerman case. We want to accept. Proven, board recommends that you.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Dr. Newsome. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make your attempt to service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 25-15-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed. Sometimes good things come to those who wait. Congratulations. Yes.
It wasn't said here, but Dr. McCready said it earlier that you can't, in this state, you can't have a medical marijuana card and be a tech. So just not using right now. I just wanted you to be aware
I
of
have
that.
no
because
interest
we
in
like
using, trust me.
for our techs to
It's
know
the only
that.
thing that's gotten me in trouble. I'm far away from that, but thank you.
Got a couple more.
Get started.
But now how many more?
I count 6.
I think only 5. Let me see.
I think it's only
I got
one
some
more that's
water in
here.
the back. Right, one more that's here, I think.
And then there was. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so she said she had 5 that were here, but there was a total of 8. So then we have those 3 that didn't show, and then we have the 2 from this. We have 1 more that's here, and then we have 5. So what's for dinner?
Probably whatever.
That was scarfing right.
Well, the floor open. I got it out here as well. You didn't read.
I kept being at the movies, you know.
Thank you for your patience with us this afternoon.
That's just one thing I say, well, I didn't necessarily get it, but I've been put in situations.
That's what to pray for patience.
This is Tracy Johnson.
Okay.
Johnson.
All right, we'll go on the record at this time. I'll note that all board members are present for the hearing. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm an Assistant Attorney General for the Attorney General's Office, and I'm your hearing officer today in the matter of Tracy Johnson, case number 2023-059, which is to be heard before the Board of Pharmacy. Today is June 7th, 2023, and please everyone silence your cell phones. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record? Thank you. And are you represented by counsel today? Okay, and were you aware that you had the right to be represented by counsel? And did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing concerning today's matter?
Yeah.
And are you ready to proceed? Okay, and board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Ashley Bales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure efficiency, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession today that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leaves the room, please let me know and we'll take a break. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. Are there preliminary matters or exhibits to be offered into evidence? today?
Yes, I'd like to offer in exhibits number 1 through 11 in this matter.
Okay. And those are the exhibits in the packet in front of you. Do you have any objection to those being presented to the board as evidence? Entered into evidence? Okay, without objection, those will be entered into evidence as exhibits 1 through 11 and published to the board. And do you have any motions?
I do. I just ask that board members take judicial notice of applicable Arkansas pharmacy laws and rules, specifically those that are listed in the order of notice of hearing in this matter.
So noted. Do you have any evidence that you would like to enter into evidence today? Okay. At this time, it's customary to offer opening statements if you so wish, or you can just wait and present your case to the board. Would you like to make an opening statement, board counsel?
But no, I'll waive opening statement. There you go.
I'll also waive an opening statement.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll proceed with our first witness. Board counsel,
Call Dr. Brenda McCready.
let the record reflect that the witness has been sworn.
Dr. McCready, what, as part of the application process and the information that was presented by Ms. Johnson caused her staff to deny her application?
When Ms. Johnson turned in her pharmacy technician application on November 17th of 2022. I apologize. When the application was submitted on November 17th, 2022, she did disclose that she would have some criminal history come back on her background check. She wrote us a statement, and she was actually on or about August 23rd of 2003, which is a long time ago. She was arrested and charged by a grand jury in Collins County, Texas, with felony aggravated assault. The charge stemmed from her threatening a person with imminent bodily injury using a deadly weapon, which was a knife. On or about November 10th of 2003, she pled guilty to a reduced charge of assault, which is a misdemeanor, and she was sentenced to 45 days in the county jail. Because she was initially charged with felony aggravated assault, the board denied her application, and she has appealed and asked for a waiver of her conviction.
Can I object? Or
State
am I
state the
lying?
reason.
Because I never had a knife in my possession.
That's not an evidentiary objection, so
Oh.
we'll just wait till you make your statement. That's
Okay.
all right. That's all right. Overruled. Go ahead.
That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Questions from the board? Questions from the respondent? Do you have any questions for the witness?
I do not at this time.
Okay. And I'm sorry, now questions from the board. Hearing none, can this witness be dismissed? Can the witness step down? All right. And do you have anything else, board's counsel?
Well, I take that back. I would like to ask Dr. McCready one other question.
Go ahead.
Dr. McCready, can you turn to exhibit number 8? And in that exhibit is a document entitled True Bill of Indictment.
Yes.
And that was on or about, the allegation was on or about August 23rd. What does that indictment say, or what is the alleged
It says-
incident with regard to Ms. Johnson?
It says that Tracy D. Johnson did then and there intentionally and knowingly threaten JW with imminent bodily injury, and the defendant did use and exhibit a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, that in the manner of its use and intended use was capable of causing death and serious bodily injury during the commission of the assault.
Now, that was the felony charge, and eventually that charge was reduced to a misdemeanor. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's all I have for Dr. Brady.
Further questions? Hearing none, the witness may step down. Anything further, boards council?
We rest.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, this is Ms. Johnson, this is your chance to make your case to your board. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Okay. The night of the incident, as I recall, I did not have a weapon of such in my possession. I do remember an iron. I also do remember being in jail, and I was in jail until I went to court. I was locked up in August and didn't get out until said date, in November, past 45 days. And I had a visiting judge who also had there was an affidavit that I was not able to get a hold of, signed by the victim, that I did not do him any bodily harm. And I didn't understand why that wasn't given to the court, but the judge that released me at the time, he said that I would not be on any, he actually apologized. I was trying to find the judge. And he said if I got so much as a speeding ticket getting out of Collin County, to call his office, because he was a visiting judge, I believe. I don't know if he felt that I had been wronged. And I guess they needed to save face. I mean, I was just thrilled that I owed no restitution. I had no probation, no nothing. I just wanted to go home. I'd never been in trouble before. And it was like a domestic. I did stay with the defendant. I was living at the defendant's house because I had lost my own house due to it being sold. So I had to find some place to stay. And the defendant was the victim was trying to make his advances toward me, and then I didn't want him, and he had been drinking. And I was the one that called 911 that night, but I wound up being the one arrested, but maybe because I had the iron in my hand. And like I said, there was never, I wish I could have had that information, but there was never a knife. I never agreed to any such saying that I had a weapon on me at that time. I wanted to go home. And I haven't been in trouble since then either. I really believe in our judicial system. I believe in how it works. If you don't want to, to wind up on that side, I feel you follow the law, you be a productive citizen, and you may have earn a living. And that's what I am trying to do. Well, not trying, because trying is nothing but excuse of failure to me. I'm doing my best to do that right now. At my age, I've been a licensed hairstylist, on my own beauty salon and supply store. Did that for over 30 years, put my sons through school. My mother passed, left me some property here in Little Rock. I made that move up here, and was speaking to a friend. They said, "You ever thought about being a pharmacy tech?" No. Well, sold clothes, done everything else. Might as well try that. And I feel like even though we get older, there's nothing wrong with reinventing yourself. Also being true to yourself. And I don't want to take away. I'm not here to say that I was just wrongfully jailed or anything like that. I'm not here to whine about that. That was over 20 years ago. It happened. I hope it will never happen again, because I don't put myself in a position to be in anything like that. Plus, in 2015, someone tried to take my life that I knew, family friend. So he's doing 30 years. I want to have a position where I can be respected and appreciated. I want to be a productive citizen. I don't want to harm anybody, you know, or anything. I don't even own a gun. I use, not a violent person. And all I want is the opportunity to prove that. I mean, I think I do every day when when I get up and breathe the air that God lets me breathe. Like I'm just asking the board to find it, find some way to, well, not some way, just to let me be a pharmacy tech and just work and not think that this is who I am. It wasn't even who I was, you know? And I understand that some situations we can put ourselves in might cause us to have to react a certain way, but that is not who I am. And I just want an opportunity to show that and have a good career that I can close out on. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. Well, a lot nervous. I'm in a situation like that.
Stan. Questions from board council? We're good for another 5 to 7 minutes. I can run over there. We're good.
I just have a couple of questions. So Ms. Johnson, this incident you had with this man that caused you to be arrested, you said he was drinking?
Yes, he was absolutely intoxicated.
What about you? Were you drinking? You recall?
I was at some friend's house playing cards, so I probably did have a few drinks, but I wasn't intoxicated.
Okay, and then you had this,
I was actually trying to leave his house.
Okay, so you had an iron?
Yes, I grabbed an iron.
What,
It's not funny.
explain to me why you had this iron and what, for
Because
what
he was
purpose?
grabbing me, trying to keep me, he was trying to get me in his bedroom.
Okay, so
And
you,
my children were there and I was trying to get my kids out of the house, my sons, and they got out the house. And I had them go to their friend's house around the corner. I told them I'd be there. And so I thought when I called 911 and the police showed up, I was in the corner of the house. The door's right there. I'm in the corner. He's over by the kitchen. And he's yelling at me. I'm yelling at the top. I know I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. And when
so the iron, let me ask you this, was the iron used or in your hand?
It wasn't
Well,
used.
let me ask. So was it used to try to get away from this man?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't hit him with it.
No, ma'am.
You just sort of threatened to hit him with it. Okay, all right.
He had no scars, no, nothing. He was actually maybe, I want to say 10 feet. It's like a table. It's like things between us, you know, to where he can't get to me.
Okay.
You know, and I'm in the corner waiting on the authorities to get there.
And when the police got there, did he get charged with anything?
No, he was actually, because I had the iron in my hand, he told him that I hit him upside the head with it. And I'm like, where's the mark? You know, he's not bleeding, you know, there's no about, where did he go to the hospital? Nothing.
Okay.
And
so then I guess he went to court. You said there was an affidavit. Is that why the charge was reduced to a misdemeanor because he had no injury, or do you know?
I have absolutely no idea. I don't know if the judge, I don't know if they got it from my defense attorney's office and gave it to the judge. I don't know. I honestly, to tell you the truth, I'm not gonna say I don't care. The only thing that I cared about at the time was I get to go home. I knew my mother was sick and I had been locked up since August. And I told my mother not to come up there because I didn't know what was gonna happen. And I spoke to some people that were already in there that had been locked up longer than I had. And I said, well, you know what? I believe, that everything is gonna work itself out. And I just waited my little time and did as I was told to do. And when my day came, the judge, he just didn't want to really speak to anybody else. He asked me a couple of questions and I really don't recall them.
But you got out of jail, I guess, at that day?
Yes.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have for her.
Yes.
Questions from the board?
It did, sir. Oh, no, sir. No, sir. I have a glass of wine. I'm not gonna.
Other questions?
But I keep to myself. I don't know if it was, well, the things that happened to me since then, well, 2015, when that incident happened with me being attacked in my own home. It was one of my son's friends. He had got on some drugs. And I was the one telling my son to watch out for him. Didn't know it was me. I needed to watch out, you know. But he's doing 30 years. So I don't let people, I work. I'm not a, a hobbit or anything like that. I'm very social. I want to go to the Looney Bin and do some comedy. I mean, do they call it the Looney Bin? Okay, anyway. But I'm a very social and likable person. I want to like people. I give you an opportunity, to prove, I don't care what color you are, whatever. If you're mean, I'm gonna tell you, get on, whatever. But I just, I don't have any trouble. I don't have any friends. I don't have a car. I don't get around. I live in England Acres. It's out in a little bit off the county and off Arch Street. I just, I go home, I go to work. I'm old. I don't go to clubs. I don't go to bars because I'll be sociable at work and things like that. You're looking like.
Thank you.
Closing statements,
No, I have no closing.
closing statement.
Yes. I appreciate this opportunity to come speak before you guys. I really hope that I am given the opportunity to be a pharmacy tech. If not, it is what it is and I can't do anything about that. I'm just appreciative for the opportunity to even go to class and learn some things that I learned, so thank you and thank the board. The pharmacy.
At this time, we'll go off the record for the board's deliberation.
No need.
Motion to dismiss.
All right, we have a motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second. Any further conversation on this?
We did earlier.
Any further conversation? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Does that mean I get to be a pharmacy tech?
Yes, ma'am.
For a little while.
Let the record.
I know, no.
Let the record reflect that the decision was unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 25-15-201 at SEC. If no other comments or questions, the hearing is concluded. The record is closed. Thank you. Good luck.
I know. Go get your car. I'm gonna go get it. We have 5 more cases.
We got a song to get into the working directory, so we do it.
We need to see Rodney.
Get a ticket and then we can validate it and get it out.
Oh, we have one more that's here.
Rodney. Don't need to go. We just need a call.
Rodney, are you driving back to Cersei?
I'm driving
My
back
son's
to
been
the
waiting on me for like 2 hours. Can I ride with you and he'll just meet me up there? Somebody will pick me up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not leaving. I just,
He's leaving. You're leaving?
What about you and Gary? Did y'all need to get on that? It's like 3.5 hours, so I would like to go.
This means that the board can hear you. These are documents I'm gonna admit into evidence. It's basically everything you already have. It's the paperwork that told you to be here today, and then basically all of your application. And so I call
I think
my
it's
witness and kind of go over why you denied it. And you're speaking to your person.
I don't have anything.
Well, I think what they would want to hear about, if you feel
So you
comfortable,
really think it's
you
fine?
don't have to, but
Be home.
reason that you were denied was the felony injury. So if you just would explain the circumstances of that. And, you're still on probation, so you probably want to understand how you're doing that. If you feel comfortable saying anything, absolutely.
Well, I think we might be, kind of past it by the time y'all will be behind it. Yeah, a little behind it. Thank you. Good to see y'all, huh? So my machine's almost dead anyway. But I'm gonna, oh, I'll take that machine, I guess, or we gotta talk about it.
I think what you need to do is post it, we'll be taking comments from 8 and 9 tonight.
This afternoon too, because I still have, Earl, can I ask the thank you for because we're in the tech application? There's only one person that didn't show up this year.
You just ask, you just
Okay,
open the hearing
okay, call the case and then ask that it be,
and. Case been denied because he's not here.
yeah, okay.
I think I may have looked to the truck. Okay, yeah, I'll give it to you. We still let y'all know about the, I guess, October meeting. Yeah. Over here yawning.
Hey, I had a donut. I don't know. It's whatever was back there. I just didn't want this young lady to get a hangry board member.
Angry?
You've been sitting out there since 2:00. Ooh, I appreciate your patience and I apologize that you had to wait. And I promise you we'll give you the same attention we've given everybody before you.
Okay, you the last woman standing out there?
I'm supposed to do a live CE in 22 minutes. I may have to miss it. I'll do a different one another time.
I was supposed to pick up a 5-year-old.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
So, do we start a form?
They'll be right, yeah, they're coming back.
Who's coming back?
Ronnie's coming back.
You're coming back? What about Amy? Did she leave or she come back? Oh, her phone's still there. I don't know. Yeah.
Is it? Recent, yeah.
Chicken salad. I made the chicken salad.
Oh, yeah.
That's telling about different things every day.
I don't think Brian ever took Mason to baseball or to basketball.
No, that's just the one he retyped and brought back out to it.
Oh, yeah. Let's see which of my edits he took and didn't.
I'll ask her. I can ask her.
Very. You have a.
He's coming back. He's moving his car.
They have a thing where like the Attorney General's office, if they don't get their car out by a certain time, they literally cannot get it until the next morning.
Out of where?
Wherever.
It's the parking deck across from ours because
Yeah.
the people I you park your car.
It's
Fancy.
like half a block away though.
So he'll be right back.
Yeah.
Well.
That pass me and I'll do both. That's all now.
No way on to.
Nobody's there?
Nobody's moving.
Oh, really? Okay.
We talked, we were like, they're the same. Uh-huh. Yes, that's what we were like. Like I was, and because it was bothering me that it's like saying the same thing, but it was like using a different tense, and I'm like.
Yeah, but I don't think. The change of ownership and the, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you not.
Let's see.
Show up.
Each pharmacist on duty for support staff. members. I think it should say up. I think it should be and. Right, like it should be and.
It notifies.
Or maybe and or. Right.
Is this a pool? Yeah. Yeah, she's got to drive.
Oh, what's the thing about work? It does.
Yeah, Harold.
So the sentence about, John, the part about.
Go ahead and take off.
Here. This is duplicative.
You're good.
Lost Debbie, that's it.
Okay.
Marcia Mayfield. Marcia Mayfield is in front of you.
We'll go on the record right now in the matter of Marcia, is it Marcia?
Marche.
Marcia Mayfield, case number 2023-057. Today is June 7th, 2023. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I'll be the hearing officer today.
I'd like to also add that Dr. Debbie Mack is not with us for this hearing.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Dr. Mack is not present. Everyone, please silence your cell phones now. And would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
Marche Mayfield.
Marcia Mayfield. And if you want to pull that mic right up close to you, that would help. Thank you. And are you represented by counsel today?
No.
Were you aware that you had the right to be represented by counsel today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
Yes.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Board counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
I'm Ashley Vales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay, a few quick explanatory notes. The board will base its decision today solely on the evidence presented to it. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceedings, I will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there is anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it into evidence. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. Additionally, pursuant to Act 1028 of 2019, this proceeding must be recorded in a manner that allows for the capture of sound. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me and we will take a break. Those of you who are or may be witnesses today in this matter, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that the witnesses have been sworn. And are there any exhibits that you'd like to enter into evidence today, Board's Counsel?
Yes, I'd like to move to admit into evidence exhibits number 1 through 12 in this matter.
Okay, and do you have any objection to that being admitted into evidence for the board?
No.
No objections. It will be admitted as exhibits number 1 through 12. Do you have any exhibits that you would like to present to the board today?
I don't have any.
Okay, and do you have a motion?
I would just ask board members to take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and rules, specifically those that are enumerated in the order notice of hearing in this matter.
So noted. Okay, so at this point, it's traditional to offer an opening statement. It can be brief. However, you don't have to do that. You can just wait and make your case to the board. Board's Counsel, would you like to make an opening statement?
I'll decline making an opening statement.
Okay, and would you like to wait and make your case to the board? Okay.
Yes.
Let the record reflect that she said yes. You may call your first witness, Board's Counsel.
Oh, Dr. Brenda McCready.
Let the record reflect that Dr. McCready has been sworn.
Dr. McCready, as part of the application process, did Ms. Mayfield present any evidence of criminal history that caused her application to be denied?
She did. She did check that she had been cited, arrested, charged with or convicted of a criminal offense in any state or federal court. We asked her for a statement, which she provided us on or about October 31st of 2019. She was arrested and charged with forgery, which was a C felony. On January 7th of 2021, she entered a plea of guilty to the felony forgery and was sentenced to 3 years probation and $1,000 fine and court costs. She remains on felony probation at this time.
Did Ms. Mayfield provide a statement regarding the felony forgery charge?
She did.
In that, did she explain the circumstances around receiving or being charged with the forgery?
She did.
Can you explain to the board or outline what that is in her statement?
She basically said that she cashed a check for a friend of hers, and the check turned out to be a stolen check. He told her he didn't have an account with the bank, and so she went in and cashed it, and therefore she was charged with felony forgery.
Anything else you want to testify or present that you have not already testified to?
No.
That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Ms. Mayfield, do you have any questions for Dr. McCready?
No.
Board.
No, sir.
Hearing no questions, anything further, Board's Counsel?
We rest.
And Ms. Mayfield, at this time, you can make your case to the board.
Well, since then I have been.
Go ahead and speak up if you would.
My probation was terminated early last month because I completed all of the terms of my probation. Community service bonds, a course that I had to take, the course that I had to take, I completed all of that. And so they terminated my probation early. I haven't been in any trouble since then, and I just want to move forward with my life.
Thank you. Board's Counsel, do you have any questions?
So when did they terminate it? Since you've applied to be a pharmacy tech, they in the interim terminated your probation?
Yes, last month.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Board?
And this is for the witness, right?
Yes.
Y'all have any questions?
Do you have a job lined up to be a pharmacy tech?
No, sir.
Why do you want to be a technician?
I just want to provide whatever service I can to the community.
Are you currently employed somewhere?
No, sir.
The question?
Do you have any documentation to attest that your probation has been terminated early?
I don't have a hard copy, but I do have it on my phone, but I don't have it printed out.
When did this happen?
Anything,
Deputy probation officer, yeah.
anything further from the board?
Anybody else? That's it.
Board counsel, anything else for this witness?
I don't have any other questions for Miss Mayfield.
Hearing no other questions, do you have any other witnesses or anything else you'd like to present to the board?
No, sir.
Closing statements.
I'll waive closing as well.
Would you like to make a final statement to the board?
No, sir.
This time we'll go off the record for the board's deliberations.
You're good.
Recent.
When, charge A4 or allegation A4 says that applicant remains on felony probation. And if that is in question, I guess my thought is that we could grant her a technician permit contingent on her providing board staff with evidence that she's no longer on felony probation. Because in the past, what we've done is if somebody's on probation, they have to be off probation before we will consider. Right.
Yeah.
The only problem is for the record, we can't introduce her phone into evidence.
Screenshot, email.
I mean, we might be able to do that, but we'd have to have like documentation for the record.
The probation officer offered to, for us to reach out to him if you need, it says, if you have any additional questions, contact me. I think you could, it's exhibit 8, page 21.
Yeah, can we go back on the record? And ask her to send us an email? That way we can get it taken care of today.
Yep. Let's go back on the record in the matter of Marcia Mayfield. I believe board had a request for you.
Hi, you got the phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you send an email to the Board of Pharmacy with that information, please, ma'am?
My computer's up, I'll go print it.
I know it, right? That's what I was just telling you.
All right, we'll go back off the record for a moment.
That it?
Yes.
So let's hit that button. AOHN. KI. AIRT. LEY.
What's the thing about,
Arkansas.
remember when I was learning long division, my teacher was like,
GOB.
well, you're not always gonna have a calculator just right there. at your
It's
fingertips."
in.
Wait a minute, we didn't have calculators. We didn't have calculators. I've been working on my calculator, and all it would do was, ask.
See, it should come to my phone pretty quick.
Oh,
It was that big.
yeah. And we thought we had something.
What's your type? She typed my name right, so.
Auditorium at night.
Send it twice.
Okay. You mean type it?
Went that many times, or you had to take it that many times?
If that works.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Auditorium at night. Hey, thank you.
I've read it and I have no objection to that being admitted.
Okay. We got
Okay.
more of it.
Okay, can we go back on the record for a moment? Okay, we're gonna go back on the record for a moment, just to note that we are waiting for copies of the exhibit to be entered into evidence. We'll go back off the record while we wait for that.
Go off the record right now. We got a motion.
So do we need to set the dates back to them? Is that what's at the bottom, or have we already done that? That may be yesterday's agenda. They got to bring the evidence in. Visually.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, we'll go back on the record at this time. The respondent has submitted an order terminating probation. We'll mark that as respondent's exhibit A. And without objection from board's counsel,
Correct.
we'll publish that to the board. There anything else before we go off the record for deliberations? Hearing none, we'll go off the record for deliberation.
Okay.
So looking at the allegations, A1 through A3 are gonna be true, but A4 is not true because she's not currently still on probation. What do we think about A5?
Not? Wow.
Mhm.
Oh,
We're not adopting. Yeah. 1, 2, and 3.
And then C1.
She's the.
But C1 would be not proven.
Paragraph A1 through A3.
And then A4 and 5 are not true, and C1 is not proven.
Right.
Okay, I think I got it.
you ready?
Back on the record, sir.
We'll go back on the record in this matter.
All right, we have a motion.
In the matter of Marcia Mayfield, pharmacy technician applicant, case number 2023-057, the board finds allegations A1 through A3 to be true, allegations A4 and A5 to be not true, and charge C1 is not proven. Based on these findings, I make a motion that we grant her pharmacy technician application.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further comments or deliberation? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, it passes.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make her attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded. The record is closed. Congratulations.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Ms. Mayfield, we do not take theft and deception in the pharmacy lightly at all. So if you were to ever be back in front of this board, you would probably not get another chance.
Okay.
I need you to know that it's very serious.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Since she was convicted under Act 346, is that the first time offenders? Do y'all know? Or Ashley knows.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
I guess we need to talk about date.
How about dates later?
Okay. That's fine. Brian Stewart, we need to go on the record for him. He did not show up.
All right, let's go on the record. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Brian Stewart, case number 2023-058. Today is June 7th, 2023, and everyone please silence your cell phones. Please down the hallway. Let the record reflect that the respondent is not present. Board counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
Ashley Vales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Would any witness, do you have any preliminary matters?
I ask that exhibits number 1 through 11 be admitted into evidence.
Without objection, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted into evidence and published to the board. Any additional motions?
I ask the board members to take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and our rules, and specifically those that are applicable in this case and listed in the order of notice of hearing.
So noted. Would everyone who is intending to be a witness in this case, please raise your right hand?
I'm not going to call a witness.
Okay.
Mr. Stewart's not here, so.
All right, board counsel.
I would ask that the board deny or uphold the administrative denial of Brian Stewart's application. He is not here to present evidence. He had disclosed one arrest for DWI from September 16th, 2020. And then on November 5th, 2020, he had another DWI. He ended up pleading guilty to both of those charges. But one of the he pled guilty in November of 2020 to the first DWI from September 16th, 2020. That incident he disclosed to the board. And reviewing his background check, there was another DWI charge that he did not disclose to the board. That one he received from Alaska. Anchorage Police Department arrested him on April 29th, 2019. Again for a DWI, and he pled guilty. That is the reason for the denial. Staff was concerned about the 2 DWI convictions within a little bit over a year, as well as his untruthfulness in the application process. We felt it appropriate to administratively deny his license or his registration.
Anything further?
That's all I have.
This time we'll go off the record for the board's deliberations and decision regarding the findings of fact and conclusions of law. Once the board reaches a decision, we will go back on the record. We'll go back on the record at this time for the board's decision.
We have a motion to deny.
Need to run through the allegations.
Yeah. So,
I can do that.
You get that already?
I've got it. Yeah.
Okay.
all right, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and make a motion.
All right. We got a second? Make your motion.
In the matter of Brian Stewart, pharmacy technician applicant. Case number 2023058. The board finds that allegations 1 through 7 are true and charge 1 is proven. I make a motion that we deny this application.
And who was the second?
Ms. Ford. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get it wrong?
Let the record reflect that Ms. Ford was the second.
All right. So got a motion, got a second. Any further comments? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make her attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act, found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 at SEC. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Got 2 more from this morning to put on the record very quickly.
All right.
And we can start with Novitum.
Was there one more technician?
Yeah, Brian Crawl.
Brian Crawl withdrew
Okay.
by email earlier this week. So we do not have him.
In the card.
All right. We are on the record in the matter of Novitum Pharma LLC, case number 2022-112. My name is Clayton Orr. I'm the hearing officer for today. And are there any preliminary matters? I'll note that the hallway has been sounded. And the respondent is not present. Board's counsel, do you have any witnesses, evidence for today?
I do have Dr. McCready.
Okay, and would you like to enter any exhibits into evidence?
Yes, I'd like to move to enter into evidence exhibits number 1 through 8 in this matter.
Without objection, those will be admitted and published to the board. And do you have any motions?
And yes, one motion, ask board members to take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and applicable pharmacy rules, and specifically those outlined in the order notice of here.
You. So noted. And would any and all witnesses please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that the witness has been sworn. And counsel, you may call your first.
Call Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, you reviewed Novitum's application in this matter.
I did. It was a change of ownership application that we received on June 27th of 2022.
And was there an issue with their notification of the change of ownership being timely?
There was. The change of ownership actually took place 11/19 of 2021. And notification, as I said, did not come in until June 27th of 2022.
And since that, has the board made efforts to take care of this in informal, non-disciplinary matter?
We sent a consent agreement to them to rectify the change of ownership violation, which is our standard consent agreement. We did not get a response.
And does the record reflect that Novatum was served by certified mail with that consent agreement request?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And we had mailed also the order and notice of hearing telling Novatum to be present for a board hearing today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did they receive notice of that?
Yes, they did.
And have you had any contact with anyone representative from Novatum regarding this matter?
I have not.
Right. Anything else in addition to what you've testified already that you would like to present for the board?
No, ma'am.
All I have for this witness.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. What action does staff recommend the board take in this matter?
This Board of Pharmacy regulations allow that a change of ownership must be received within 14 days or the permit is null and void. We did not receive a response, so we did set them for a hearing. We did not receive a response, so we would ask that the board revoke the permit at this time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We would ask that the board revoke the permit pursuant to the regulation.
Other questions from the board? Hearing none. Board's counsel, do you have anything else?
No, we rest.
Well,
And
don't need to go off. We got a motion.
all right. We'll stay on the record for the board's decision.
Okay, in the matter of Novatum Pharma LLC. ID number WD 004947. Case number 2022112. We found that allegations A1 through A5 are true and that charge C1 is proven, and we're going to revoke their license.
There's a second. We have a motion and a second. Any further comments or deliberation? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make her attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 at SEC. And if there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Right, and one more case from this morning that we need to put on the record, H&H Wholesale.
Would someone sound the hallway for H&H Wholesale? We'll go on the record at this time.
I need to amend it.
All right, my name is Clayton Orr. I'm the hearing officer for today in the matter of H&H Wholesale, case number 2023-070. Let the record reflect that the hallway has been sounded for H&H Wholesale and they are not present. Today is June 7th, 2023, and everyone please silence your cell phones at this time. Board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
Ashley Vales, General Counsel for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
And do you have any preliminary matters before the board?
Yes, I move to introduce into evidence exhibits 1 through 6 in this matter.
Without objection, those will be admitted and published to the board as exhibits 1 through 6. Do you have any witnesses that you will be presenting today?
Oh, Dr. Brenda McCready.
Dr. McCready, will you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And counsel, are you ready to proceed?
I am. I'm going to waive opening arguments, but I would ask and move that the board members take judicial notice of applicable pharmacy laws and rules, specifically those that are contained in the order notice of hearing in this matter.
So noted. You may call your first.
Well, Dr. Brenda McCready. Dr. McCready, as part of the application for H&H Wholesale, did you review and find an issue with their change of ownership notification?
We did. We received a change of ownership notification on February 15th of 2022, stating that they had had a change of ownership. Document was actually received. Jennifer sent, one of our staff people sent an email that said we had received a change of ownership, but the date was not indicated. And they emailed us back and said the date of the change was 12/29 of 2021 and sent us a copy of their new license. Arkansas law requires that they notify us within 14 days of the change of ownership or the permit is null and void.
And has the board, since determining that there was a change of ownership that they failed to notify us in a timely manner, did we make efforts to reach out and explore a non-disciplinary approach to this?
We did. We attempted to send them a non-disciplinary consent agreement, which would is our standard agreement that we send on change of ownership violations. We did not get a response back from them.
And under Exhibit 4, does the UPS records indicate that H&H received the offer for a consent agreement?
Yes, it does.
And have you had, or any staff members had any contact with anyone from H&H regarding that consent agreement or the issue with the change of ownership?
The only interaction, Mr. Daniel, who was a previous general counsel, sent them a couple of emails in March, asking about the change of ownership, and asking them to respond. We asked for an organizational chart. We did not get a response.
And the order and notice of hearing, telling H&H to be here today was sent to the address that the board has on file for H&H.
That is correct.
And do we have any indication as to whether or not it was delivered under tab 2?
We have a tracking document that shows that it was delivered.
And
actually, it shows that it was, let me retract that. The delivery attempt was made. They left a notice for the respondent and the mail. It was also sent by regular mail.
And since we received notice that there might be an issue with delivery of the order and notice of hearing, have you or I reached out by phone and tried to get a hold of H&H?
Yes.
And were we able to reach anyone there?
No, we were not.
Anything else you'd like to present that you've not already testified to?
Due to their failure of the appropriate notification for the change of ownership, the staff is recommending or asking the board to revoke the permit.
That's all I have for Dr. McCready.
Questions from the board? Go ahead. Hearing none. Board's counsel, do you have anything further?
That's all I have.
And go off the record for deliberation? No, we'll stay on the record for the board's decision.
We have a motion?
I can do it. Okay, in the matter of H&H Wholesale RX LLC, case number 2023-070, the board finds allegations A1 through A5 to be true and charge C1 to be proven. I make a motion that we revoke the current wholesale distributor permit WD 04418.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further comments, deliberation on this matter? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much.
Let the record reflect that the decision is unanimous. Please reduce the board decision to writing and make or attempt service upon all parties. If the respondent cares to appeal the decision, appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Arkansas Administrative Procedures Act found at Arkansas Code annotated 2515-201 et sec. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
Last thing that we had on the agenda is that you guys need to elect officers. And the general approach that you would have to that is I believe that that would put Dr. Kraus moving up to chairperson as immediate past president, Dr. Jolly as president, and Dr. Richmond as vice president secretary. You can turn your mic on. You're actually moving out of that spot. So you.
I so move.
Second. As
We got
stated.
a motion and a second. Is that good with everybody? Got any objections?
All right. I gave you guys a copy of my proposed edit on the ratio issue that is much.
How do you know it's been added?
The back page that's short is just a very concise way to do it. We'll probably do some final wordsmithing on it, but it's just a much more concise way to do it.
Hey, on the back page in B, I think you can strike and graduate interns because I think it's duplicative of what it says in C.
Okay.
That's
I'll leave
really
that.
the only thing I saw.
Everything else that you gave is in the public view now. I have an upgraded or an updated MOU proposal to give you guys just for you to think about. On that, I'm done.
Thank y'all. Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Talk about that for a little while.
No.